To honor our country, let's take a listen. The 2026 National C-SPAN is bringing you coverage of the Memorial Day Parade here in Washington, D.C. And if you're in Washington today and you want to continue to commemorate the holiday, make your way across Memorial Bridge to Arlington National Cemetery, where shortly
meet a beautiful 5'11" Turkish girl. So sorry if I'm a little excited, but I do live near O'Hare in Jefferson Park, Northwest Side, so it wouldn't be that big of a deal. And then we could go have brunch.
Live to Constitution Avenue.
We're grateful for the thousands joining us here in D.C. on this soggy day, and for the many watching at home. On behalf of the American Veterans Center, you're watching the Freedom 250 National Memorial Day Parade presented by Boeing, and thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Get your patriotic ganas out. Let's go back to the parade. Mr. Green War for $250 on the Green Stable guy so he could buy a prosthetic leg for his sister-in-law. He did 51 missions. Thank you, John Deere, for supporting Freedom 250 National Memorial Day Parade and for pulling many of today's floats. Our next float honors the memory of the Americans who died in the Korean.
Yeah, that's a first. At least, wow. I mean, I don't know. We'll figure something out. I mean, I'm kind of lost. Not really. I used to live in Denver. Not anymore. I don't come out here because of school.
Veterans joining all in honor of who sacrificed in Korea.
We're not forgetting to join my active duty military chaplains. This year's float is dedicated to the memory of Father Abel Kapar, already awarded the Medal of Honor, and is currently under consideration to be named a saint.
Oh, I love that. You know, they're about the tender age of 95 years old. In 2020, a new wall of remembrance was dedicated at the Korean War Memorial on the National Mall, including the names of 43,000 service members KIA, killed in the war.
From Somerville, South Carolina, here is the Cane Bay High School Marching Band.
The Cane Bay Band program is a diverse musical community featuring concert bands, jazz bands, and chamber ensembles dedicated to service and musical excellence. Let's take a listen. Our next club features very special guest veterans of the War in Vietnam. The names of more than 58,000 fallen Americans are engraved on that Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall on National Mall. And to the 2.7
Hello?
million visitors who
Hello? Hello?
Here at Max Zen, we're here to tell you, welcome home and thank you for your service.
God bless you.
Thank you for your service.
Fleethouse Productions is the premier developer for the Institute of Heraldry and proud manufacturer of war military awards and insignias. Born and raised as patriots in New England, they're founded by a Marine veteran and family-owned and operated for 3 generations. SMP is committed to supporting troops both on and off the battlefield, especially those in crisis.
You know, Maya Lynn was only 21 years old when she created that legend. Making their way down Constitution Avenue, proudly represent Northern Michigan, is Kingsley High School and
Service and is noted for its academic achievements. They're proud to honor the service and sacrifice of veterans while inspiring the next generation of leaders. Let's welcome Kingsley.
What are you doing today, Steve? I'm watching C-SPAN, the 250-year celebration. Hello?
Rand? AYN Rand doesn't want to speak. Is there something wrong with my phone?
No, I had to exit and come back. I'm watching C-SPAN's 250th anniversary. Happy Memorial Day. What are you doing today, Uncle Steve?
next we welcome Ozzy's.
Just open up a pop-up room. That's what I'm doing.
So do you know the etymology of the word atheist?
Probably not as good as I do. Why don't you tell us?
Oh, I haven't looked it up yet, but I think it's kind of ironic how a non-believer in the word atheist, you see what I'm saying? Like, if you say it slowly, it's atheist. So how I'm going to look it up. Let me just look it up because...
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
Don't you think it's ironic that the word atheist is the word for a non-believer?
I do not.
But you get what I'm saying, that the word a is the introductory to the theist, so you have atheist.
I do get what you're saying, and in fact, let me piggyback on that. Can you think of any other word that means a non-believer in something else?
Yeah, probably like a renunciant. There's probably a couple different words. So it says that the word atheist comes from ancient Greek roots and entered modern European languages in the 1500s.
Yep.
Etymology. Term derives from ancient Greek adjective atheos, meaning godless, without God, denying the gods, or impious.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. In other words, correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're suggesting is wouldn't it be better to call it non-theist rather than atheist? Is that the road you're going down?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. Can't argue with that. I'm not aware of another word which refers to a non-believer of something else. Hypothetically, Santa Claus, because there's really no descriptive word that says I believe in Santa Claus. That's why I was asking you How about this one? How about another word that refers to a believer in anything? Anything.
Altruism?
I don't think so. Altruism doesn't refer to a specific topic, does it, or does it?
Altruism, it's versus egoism. So it's non-egoism, which is sacrificing self and others for others.
Yeah, but who doesn't? But who doesn't believe in ego? We all know ego exists. So to be a non-believer in ego would be kind of stupid, wouldn't it?
No, that's not true. Alan Watts says the biggest ego trip going is thinking you have an ego. You can't touch it, can't taste it, you can't feel it, you can't smell it. It does not exist. It's a concept, just like the just like the God, or even being GAY. You know, I mean, you think you got GAY rights? Unfortunately, that's a concept, just like the God. So
okay, go ahead.
We have a problem with people forcing concepts down our throats. And
let's hit the nail on the head before we go down another pathway. Can you think of any other word that refers to non-believer of anything specific?
Just a denier? I don't know. I mean, I could look up the words for you.
Oh, you know what? I have to do a text. JCC, can you? This is nothing against you. I forgot to do something. JCC, I'm modding you up. Can you run the room for like 5 minutes minimum there, bro?
Yeah, I've got a client coming, but yeah.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. I'll be back. Thanks.
Who said altruism is the meaning of believing in everything?
Me.
Can someone define? What's your definition of altruism?
Well, if I look at the word and I were to make up my definition, it would be that all things are true. And
okay, great. So you made it up on your own.
Yeah, thank you.
That's really good.
Is that okay?
No, I don't think it's okay, but if you think it's okay, it's subjective to you. Good for you, bro. It gets us nowhere.
Means benefit of all or what good for all, something like that.
Oh, kind of seems pretty close to what I said.
Okay.
No, it's not a belief.
Oh, we got a 250-year celebration happening live. My friend is here.
Can I get you guys to check the photo for 1 second?
Yeah, I see it.
What do you think?
Wait, let me actually look at it.
I'd like to check out his photo.
Damn, bro. Mr. Steve's atheism house. And I'm trying to...
And by the way, thank you all. I was supposed
Still, I think in the end, the right choice because he was getting cornered and he had the knife to his throat.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much.
Daniel Nero put him in fiction in antiquity. So, Steve, if you were alive in the 1500s, you wouldn't be calling yourself an atheist. It was mostly used as an accusation.
word that specifically refers to denial of belief of any particular topic. We still have not thought of one current word. Is that correct?
Be gay, bro. They just want to be gay.
It's nihilism. Nihilism is the word you're looking for, Steve. Or skepticism.
And nihilism means a lack of belief of exactly what.
Nothing, Lebowski.
It says active rejection or denial, life, morality, knowledge are seen as ultimately meaningless or illusory.
So, nihilism.
Active rejection.
He's a Nimrod.
JCC.
Why do you let JCC speak? This guy's a Nimrod.
JCC, you're
I got
right.
kicked. I got
He's like a
kicked.
stupid.
JCC
You know
kicked
what?
him
I not
too.
only like JCC, I trust JCC.
Just simply say non-believer.
But non-believer in what? That's my question. In what?
It's the same definition that you need for atheism. So we're colloquially, right? Like if we use language like this, you automatically know what we're talking about.
Yes, and to piggyback on what JCC said, the term
Of celebration. And I just want to say, if you were to live 125 years, and then you were to live another 125 years, that would be 2 lifetimes to witness all of the glory that America has created and shared.
Proud of being American. America. And I'm also proud that we're in the Middle East stealing their fucking oil, man. So happy. Liberating Israel to their people. Which I heard the most ridiculous comment the other day. They said the Palestinians have A1 blood.
Yeah, but they don't have.
Dysphoria, that worries.
And for that, like, a woman should. Yeah, you can still state, like, you can
Still
get
there.
someone sensitive and things like that and do them for property. Yeah, you can do that. They still have the force.
The J1s are still there,
Yeah,
and they should have land.
I think his point is like
Justifying that
simple and valid. Like
Like,
you
how
can't
does that make sense? What do you think, John? I'm gonna repeat the statement. They said the J1s are the Palestinian people.
Yeah, no, that was a super good point that Sully didn't object to. You're right. That was definitely what just happened.
you know, checking up my photo.
That's Judaism, though?
No.
That kind of looked like he's looking at his, Judaism as his future.
It's like I'm putting on the person. It's like Andrew Tate's putting on the person of a rabbi.
Yeah, it feels like
Feels like a winner. Dun, dun,
it feels like he's
dun,
on Judaism. I love it.
dun, dun, dun.
What I'm trying to say here is, right, is that these so-called Ishmaelites, can we call them that from here on out? Can we say that? I'd rather say Ishmaelite, because then it's biblical. The outcast, the donkey. Let me go to verse. Let me go to this verse really quick. It says here in Genesis 16:12 about Ishmael, he shall be a wild donkey of a man. His hand against everyone, and everyone's hand against him, and he shall dwell over against all of his. Love that they defend that. That's why I think we should just call them Ishmaelites.
Do you mind if we refer to black people as the N-word? He's gone.
Well, let's make this 200.
Boy, to compare to. But
Wasn't that funny when JCC booted you, and then I was like, wow, what a jerk, and then I got booted.
yeah, my sisters were like that. I was pretty low key because I didn't have anybody to base it on. I was like an experiment because I was the first. So I'm already used to kind of like a dramatic family anyway. But I mean, it's just. I mean, there's nothing you can do. Sometimes maybe she just needs to vocalize it, and there's nothing you can do. It's like, okay, you're going through that. Cool. Here's a journal because I gotta go do things. Let me know how.
I'll recommend as
Hello?
a man who knows nothing as. That'll help us all.
Well, happy 250 years, everybody. I've been watching the C-SPAN ticker tape parade.
Oh my God, where did this guy come from? Oh my God, hopefully that was helpful to you, Anne.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Hello,
Hello?
man who is so unbelievably sensitive and realizes how to read the room. Of all people on Clubhouse, you were the most adept at it.
Sensitive man, good room reader.
Also, if you didn't hear it, it's extreme. sarcasm. Is it though? Is it? Maybe it could be that
You can't be
you see
sarcastic.
the projection and thus.
Yeah, it's like a selfless kindness for other humans.
But is it really so selfless and kind when you have to sacrifice yourself or others for others? Is that really kind for the self or the other?
It can be. I mean, when you sacrifice eating ice cream, is that kind to that side of you that eats vegetables?
Well, you're Jewish, right?
By birth.
Oh, you're a birth Jew?
I'm a birther.
You're a birther? Well, I was just saying, because Christ Jesus, the Lord and King, he sacrificed himself for the other. So Jesus is really the first true altruist. And, people on this app are very frivolous. And really, they're not really interested in knowledge or trading. And those are the bedrocks of society. So this app lives outside of what you would call polite, traditional society. This is something new. I think, you could call it like pure entertainment because it doesn't cost you anything other than maybe your Wi-Fi or cell phone, to come here to participate in this experience of projection.
Well, you probably think that this app is all about dopamine. But of course, I would be projecting onto you when I said that.
Well, I'm drinking an espresso, and
well, so what you're saying is that I'm drinking an espresso. You're projecting.
I am drinking an espresso, but
I'm drinking an espresso.
But I am not an espresso. I am a man. And as Kristen said, Kristen attacked me as soon as she could.
I thought she was flirting with you.
Oh, you thought that was flirtation?
She said she's really good at taking it in.
Oh. Which hole? So, what I'm trying to say is that on our 250-year celebration, it wasn't until 2026 that Anon became a thing. And then we were able to listen unobstructed to countless people day in and day out waste all of their precious little time.
Is today really the 250th? I thought it was on the 4th of July. When did Memorial Day begin? I thought maybe it was after World War II. Jean would know. Jean would know. Alan, it's say the 250th.
Alan! Is today what?
The 250th Memorial Day.
Who's saying it was?
Edmund.
You've been saying it is? Edmund. Oh, Edmund? Nobody's called him Edmund for a while. I remember, we should go back to Edmund.
It is, what's his name? Kitover. That he was saying that it was the 250th anniversary of Memorial Day, and I have to argue with that, Alan. I don't know. Just because of my own ignorance, because I thought it was Memorial Day. I don't know when exactly it began.
Well, there's this interesting and useful tool called Google. Has no one bothered? I've never heard of that. What is Google? I've been hearing a lot about it, but
Is it an AI?
I've been Is
it
he?
an
I'm
AI
actually quite
company?
busy right now. I would think that he would take out the time to, if he's going to say such a thing, that he would take the time to.
Yeah, I was watching C-SPAN. There's a big parade happening in Washington, D.C. right now. Alan, I got a quick question for you. Alan.
Well, you're both wrong.
Alan.
Oh, really?
Memorial Day is 158 years old, so no, it's not 250.
Thank you,
But
Alex.
no, it's not. Thank you, Jan. Sometimes
Hello?
it's okay. Sometimes
Hello?
it's okay to let
And
people
talking
go.
now, the moment.
250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence from Great Britain.
Excuse me, Alan is talking right now.
Oh, sorry. Somebody
Just
from
a
my
moment.
audience
Just a
wanted me to
just
tell you
a
that.
moment, Alan is.
And I was almost done, just in case you were wondering. Sometimes it's okay to let people believe what they want to believe. Now, in the case of someone who says, I'm a trans woman, no, not so much. But believing that Memorial Day has been a tradition that's gone on for hundreds of years, that's kind of a harmless one.
Yeah, this is the 250th year of America. So you were right about that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not celebrated until the 4th of July.
Alan, has a woman ever in your life told you, Alan, I love the way you sound?
Oh, he's still mad. I know what it is, Alan. He's still mad at me because I mentioned that his girlfriend found the room full of cameras and cell phones going, and that's why she broke up.
Hello?
He's a little sore about it.
Hello?
That's not entirely accurate. I don't believe that she found the room full of cameras so much as she found the YouTube channel full of videos. And then she said, I'm sorry, but I could never introduce you to my parents.
No.
I'm sorry, but you're too insane. I'm sorry. You got a nice tuckus, but you're too nutty for life.
I met a chick.
Sir, have a good night.
I met a chick who's a comedian, and she has a YouTube channel with 15,000 videos, and she's like a very successful YouTube creator. And she looked at my YouTube. She's like, "Yeah, I could never date you and introduce you to my parents."
Well, I've had similar experiences.
Hello?
First of all, let me just say, I don't think John is ever, and don't take this as a challenge, John, but I don't think John has ever done or said anything to me that would warrant me mocking the way a girlfriend broke up with him. Because if, in fact, a woman broke up with him over the reasons that were just stated, I would think that would be rather hurtful. So I don't think we should base on that and say so far that even what
the game of my values are more superior to your values, isn't that just the red flag you're looking for? From a supposed partner, as opposed to like some vacuum consumer creature, from the third layer of hell. Hello?
Oops, did you?
But I was just going to ask you, Alan, don't you think that boomers were more comfortable canceling each other out politically? Like you could have a husband and wife. Oh, I vote red, she votes blue. We cancel each other out. That's almost like a boomer thing. And nowadays, millennials and generations younger than that, it's like John goes out on a date and they're like, what's your politics? Like it used to be like for people who are 50, 60, 70 years old, like who gives a shit? Like I like this person.
Yeah.
Like Alan was saying, like I like this person, I get along with them. Who cares if we have different politics? Can we build a life?
Hello?
Who gives a fuck, you know?
Hello?
Let me read
Hello?
it a different way. Whether you're compatible with someone depends on a whole host of variables, of which political viewpoint is only one.
Oh,
I don't.
well, I've already got so a lot of therapy.
Are you from Maine?
No, I'm from DC, but I've been here about 15. I've been here about 15 years. I know you're from Mass.
Okay, let me explain.
Thank you for the invite.
I don't know if they do it in Maine, but we do it in Massachusetts.
I would very much like
Let's
to do
say
that.
two lanes are merging. I'm not going to look at you. I'm going to keep you in the corner of my eye.
One day soon.
No, I'm looking at you.
Unfortunately, at the moment, because I have been
I've got you
debanked.
in the corner of my eye, but I'm psyching you out by making you think I'm not looking at you, so you
My
blink
apartment
first.
has my life savings.
Yeah, you know what we call you guys?
Massholes, I know.
Assholes. And with the term that I sometimes talk to people about, which is called the Boston block?
I've never heard that one. What is
But
That's when you want to
I
leave,
do
like you want to
have
leave a gas station and you got to
excellent
yield to both lanes of traffic. You're like pulling
saltwater
out of a
fish.
gas station and nobody's letting you go. So you just pull the fuck out and you just block the lane of traffic and you wait for the other lane to stop.
Oh, you
Oh,
should
see,
really-
people do that all the time.
You should smoke the
Do you
gouge.
both utilize your blinker or your signal?
Drink the
What do you
Mayoral
individually call that thing? I'm just
No,
curious.
So it's called the blinker, but it's officially called the turn signal. But
But
people
people
like
say
Alec
blinker.
would say blinker.
Blinker? Yeah.
I'm just curious because it is
Transfer
interesting
chanting from
regionally what they
shadows.
call it. Okay, thanks. Fine. Okay, continue.
Yeah, it's a blinker. I used my blinker to go to the packy.
Do you guys use it?
Making a left.
Oh,
You
thanks
know,
for
my
the
I remember
thanks for the offer of fun and joy.
and my driving instructor
Maybe
in
we'll
high
soon.
school told me to do that. He said, look, if you got
He
to
said, do the block? Oh my God, what a psycho.
Thank you for the invite. I would very much like to experience that one day soon. Unfortunately, at the moment, because I have been debanged.
Just block them. Oh
So
my
traveling
God.
could be risky unless I get robbed, but I do have an excellent saltwater fish book for therapy. You should smoke the gouge.
So inching out to get visibility, yes, but doing the Boston block, no. And now, I got to go and teach a driving lesson.
I'll enjoy your window soon.
Do you really?
I don't know. But
That would be funny. But
Thank you for the invite. I would very much like to experience that one day soon. Unfortunately, at the moment, because I have been debanged.
The nearest lane or the one to the right?
no, you're supposed to go
So
to the
traveling could be risky unless I
Yeah, I
get
do
robbed.
that. Nobody does that.
Excellent.
no? Oh my goodness.
And you're always supposed to drive on the right side of the lane, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
Saltwater fish book.
Not in New York. No. Yeah.
You should
I
smoke
live
the
in
gouge.
Pennsylvania.
Drink the Manischewitz and try chanting some shadows.
Been to
Thanks for
Pennsylvania,
the
but
fun
I've
trip,
never
maybe one day soon.
stayed there for an extended period.
Oh, dinner.
So I never watched.
No, I just didn't know where you were. I usually ask people where they are, so I just never. But since you guys are on the subject, I just wanted to know where you were.
Yeah. But John, red flag. You know, because, well, I can understand it because it's ripped up now to where if, especially for someone on the left, if
Hello?
you don't agree on like
Hello?
on transgender,
Hello?
then you're
Hello?
they're committing suicide. They're being targeted.
Hello?
etc.
Oh, all the things. Okay.
Yeah, right. And it's like, and it's like, I don't want to be with someone who I consider to be a murderer.
My goodness, that's so extreme.
Yeah. Which is, aside from whether or not that is actually true, while it is understandable, political disagreements were never framed in the light of if you disagree with me, you're killing people.
Yeah, that's very true. So are you experiencing that on the regular?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm married.
Oh, okay.
Would you,
Okay.
Alan, would you just
See,
call?
this is the thing is that I know that like you speak a lot of it's not a criticism. So this is just an observation. So because it's great to know about people like who they are as people, and some people are very revealing a lot of things about themselves, and sometimes they're not, and this is fine. But I have yet to really know much about you as a person because you state a lot of things about your thoughts and opinions, but not really divulging. So forgive my ignorance.
No, it's okay, Kristen. I used to reveal a lot, and then I realized personally you reveal about yourself. Maybe against you at a later date, as we just saw. John discussed, has revealed his phones and his dating, and people were making.
Oh, no. See, here's the clever thing that I have to kind of put myself on the back for is he was really cranky, and there's something that happened, he said, that I realized, like, oh, his girlfriend broke up with him, and he was really egging me on. He was being very unkind. And so I just started his bullshit, and so I put one and one together about his behavior, and I made a calculated guess that he was recently broken up with his girlfriend. It probably had to do with something with the technology that he utilizes, which is very strange. And I was actually correct. That was his guess.
Well, it's all about the way you frame it. So, like, if I actually start bringing in guests to do like podcast interviews, it just makes it more credible to make it more professional. So, I think the critique of what I'm doing is that it's rather unprofessional, not that it's stupid, but I'm using the technology.
Then go ahead and do so. Just be prepared for the backlash that happens.
Well, John, the only thing I would say is presentation matters. Now, I have two friends, and one of them, they both were in the same business. They brought a client. The first one brought a client into his studio, and his studio was in an absolute chaotic mess. And like, the guy felt, I found out later, the guy felt uncomfortable, like there was a dog that was barking, etc. And then he went to the second friend whose house was immaculate, and the guy walked in, and the first thing he said was, "Oh my God, I can eat off these floors." And it was the second friend who got the job. So while in comedy, people are very sensitive to these kinds of cues. And if your studio or your setup looks chaotic, people are going to be sensitive. Yes, it's true, Tommy, that the phones and the setup and looks professional wouldn't necessarily affect the way you create content, just as the way the studio looks in my two friends' cases would necessarily affect how well they do their job. But these things still matter. So if you are bringing people, now that you're dealing with outside parties, then yeah, it might be worth just rearranging things, making things look a little bit more professional, etc., so that, it doesn't run it all into things that isn't quite the right thing. But that would be my advice.
So, anyways, happy 250 years of celebrating liberty. We got Anne here, an American patriot, Democrat hero, Democrat zero. Personally, I think throughout one's life, it would be politically savvy and expedient to actually change parties, to manipulate the system, because it is a one system. And whether you are on the left or on the right or on the top or on the bottom, actually go the opposite route of what they think is their value associated to the party. And so they are always projecting onto Donald Trump and maggots their own actual true interior feelings and desires.
That is true.
So if that's so true, why isn't it more obvious to the millions, hundreds of millions of impressions and views of people who just consume the content of the left, liberal, intellectual, woke, LGBTQ, CRT, BLM, DEI? hate to burst your little bubble there, Kristen, but I have no idea who you are. And if I added
Yeah,
you,
but you do, and it's been twice.
well, it's just like your opinion, and I don't know who you
I mean, you
are.
must have people working for you that do things for you. Is that what's going on?
No, what I do is I pick up my phone agnostically, and I don't really know which phone I'm even on because I have 100 phones. And what I do sometimes is when a platform like Instagram auto suggests someone to follow, sometimes I just sit there and I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I do about 30 ads.
Okay, cool. Well, I was just
Does that
wondering because
explain?
it's
Great.
definitely a
Thank
double
you.
message.
So happy to
and not
have
very
this
nice
little
to me,
chat
but then
with you.
want to be my friend off of Instagram. So it's kind of weird.
Oh, that's okay.
No, it isn't, Kristen. You've never heard of the boy digging the girl's hair in the inkwell because he secretly likes her?
Well, yes, I have, and that's why I kind of wonder, and I'd like to question in public because I'm like, well, put dig in my hair in ink.
Hello?
Well, his motivations, I don't know, but I did want to say, John, the reason why people aren't onto this is because I'm assuming your IQ is over 100. And I'll assume it's even over 110.
Hello?
And you have to have a certain IQ
Hello?
in order to understand the statement that you just made about people projecting their own feelings onto others. It not only requires a higher IQ, but it also involves an understanding of psychology, projection, how people think and work, and how people operate emotionally, etc., etc. And if you're wanting to discuss this with people, then you need to package it so that the average intelligence in the U.S. is 98. So you need to package it.
You can try to package it.
98 percentile.
You can try to package it, but it's really just a question of, like you said, IQ, but it's really whether or not the person is willing to, because they are so rationally programmed to think linearly, I guess.
Well, look, here's the other part of it. That's psychological truth number one. Psychological truth number two, which is the Democrats have figured, teach it to a child, the child just assumes it's true, and then it's now part of their the better way to put it is the Jesuits said, give me a child before the age of Christ and I'll have a soldier for Christ. No, give me a child before the age of 5 and I'll have a soldier for Christ for life.
Aspirations.
Correct. So if your goal is to create some sort of viewpoint change, it has to be done. It has to be done for the simple mind, and it must be done very gently, because people will also pick up, and it cannot be done with any animosity either, because people will pick up on that very quickly. Now, I will say I went to each thing. Just, I mean, if that's the view, straighten out the it's cluttered. Straighten out the pictures on the wall. Organize the books so they look like there's some sort of order to them. And you'll be fine. I mean, it gives a sort of, yes, I read, which I know you were talking about, but just, unless you're going to go full blown like Matt Walsh or other ones and create a specific studio, which would also, you could also go that way too. But
I mean, I could interview people here in my office. It's a very tiny little bedroom, with 180-degree 25 cell phone array that can live stream on YouTube and Instagram. But the thing is, it's like Clubhouse is just immediate content for free. And it's a great place to really listen in to how people waste their time. And it's just amazing how, like, Patty's Room, Politically Correct, is always the Trump projection echo chamber. But then I just love when people start talking about the weather and, other irrelevant things, and they get off topic. And it's because even they themselves are exhausted with their echo chamber.
Yeah, I know. And I've always known that when I go, and I just got tired of it, but an absolute liar. And an absolute liar.
Yeah, he's a real
If you listen carefully, we called him out on it, early on. He never states his actual opinion. You will say, well, I think the military should get involved. And he will then, well, I've got an article here that says getting involved, the military getting involved is a huge mistake. And now you're arguing against an article which, unless you read it, it could actually say the opposite of what he says. It doesn't matter. He's just picked out this article. He does a quick Google search, picks out an article contrary to whatever you said, and now you're arguing against some writer in some newsroom somewhere. You're not actually arguing with him. So, but I went in one day and he had the whole room agreeing with him that, yeah, the left is crazy, that there should be voter ID. I mean, all of the leftist talking points, they were agreeing with him that they were all stupid.
Well, I just think that the observation that, like, have you ever been in Jason Muse's room, the Black Muse?
Oh, Jesus Christ. He used to be a nice guy and he turned into an absolute asshole.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, see, part of this experience, from a game perspective, is not to like go down these people's holes and play their game. So it's like part of the game for me is just recording them being horribly obnoxious, angry, mean, nasty people like Jason. And I think that's part of my like revenge tour and roast, where I see, because I know like even a lot of people who watch my stuff, it's not like the same for them, meaning that like I'm doing this for me because I hate some of the people here. And when I can mock them and record them and embarrass them or make them think like, oh, this fucker is recording us. I fucking hate this fuck. Like that's part of my 5D game that really gives me great joy. And that's as far as I can take it. I can't like push buttons. I would never make death threats. I would never try to humiliate somebody and demean them by calling them a low IQ, ignorant piece of trash. And they are. And that all the shit that they project onto Trump is actually how fascist and crazy they would be if they were the ones in power. But they're too lazy to ever attempt to even try to get into power. Let people know, just tap them on the shoulder and just walk on by and say, hey, I'm listening. And it's a little bit like they're talking in a forest and nobody's listening. And like, I'm that guy who can come by and be like, hey, you're wasting all your time.
Yeah. Well, first, I agree with what you say about them. And I think really there's very few people on this app that I could say I actively dislike. And most people, like even, I don't know if you were in the room, like even Ray Abia, he has like said some really vile things to me. But I don't dislike the guy. last night, we ended up talking about, we got on to boxing and we were talking about that, and then we ended up talking about movies and how boxing was portrayed in movies and which Sylvester
Hello?
movie was better.
Hello?
Which character was
Hello?
better,
Yeah, people's personalities are vast and their interests are vast. And so you can actually connect with anybody eventually. But I'm just saying that from like the opportunity cost observational perspective, when you see how much time, because I have multiple recording studios where I have, 15 phones pointed towards one stupid phone. And that stupid phone is politically correct from 8 a.m. to generally 8 p.m. Like they are on there all day the fucking long and can go for an 8-hour session. So, I'm actually thankful that they do what they do because I want to record it because people are putting in so much time and energy. It's shocking. But when you actually compare that to a book and that content, that's when you know that there's a significant knowledge difference between the content in a book and the content, that people create here. And so from my perspective, I always want to go back towards the book and say, fuck these people, fuck them good, humiliate them, mock them, document them, and put them in the filing cabinet and the trash can, and go back to the good things in my life, which is the books, not these trash dinner for schmucks people. And I realized one day I was like, I have to stop recording Pepe, because if people watch my content and they hear Pepe, that's basically me speaking, and they think that I am Pepe. So I have to go back towards books. I can't waste my life recording low value content, which is low value people.
I agree. And the fact, and morally, Dan, like 2 years ago, he's on the app and he's got a newborn baby that's crying and he's feeding while he's on the app. So that newborn is now 3 or he should be a parent to that kid. Period. He should not be on this app. It's really a failure as a parent.
Well, I'm not here to judge. I'm here to mock and humiliate.
I'm judging, and I say that because at a certain point.
Hello.
It was very simple. I was not setting a good example for my kid if he sees me yelling into a telephone all day long. So I left the app, and that was it.
If you were,
as he got older, and now, he's out of the house, etc., etc. He's more mature as a person that I came back to the app.
Well, if your child observes you reading a book and you happen to have, a social audio conference call app open recording your book so other people might enjoy it, well, that's exercising knowledge. But if
But at the same time, now I've just given them a directive. I told him, get off the phone and start reading again. So he started reading again.
Hello?
Hello? And he was on the computer and on the phone all day long. Unless we gotta go here.
Hello?
So
yeah, but what I'm saying is you can use
the computer.
You can use your phone with a book. That's the joy. That's the joy, is merging the modern addiction with the old, database, because books are just databases. And so if you read a book out loud and you invest 15 minutes a day to 45 minutes a day to maybe 2 hours a day to maybe 4 hours a day reading out loud, that experience integrates the knowledge at a much higher level than reading silently. Because when you read silently, you're jumping and thinking about other things. But when you record it, you can listen to the replay and then really get deeper integration and do more contemplation. Because even John Locke said it, it's not what you read, it's really how you're processing it, integrating it, etc. So,
Well, congratulations, John. You're the second person I've met
a book
in my life who said that. And I say that because one semester, I forget, either I ate something or I drank something, and my stomach was nauseous, so whatever it was, I couldn't sleep. So I spent the night, I had my college course, I spent the night reading the textbook for that course, and I read it out loud, because I knew reading out loud how I came to that realization or conclusion. But I realized if I read it out loud, I'll remember it more easily. So
No,
I
that's
read
exactly how I felt. To read it out loud for me to comprehend it.
Yeah. But I read that entire book, the entire textbook, that night, and I never studied for that course again, and I got an A. Just from that one night.
People are living in fear of actually creating and using their brain to improve their brain. And then we're like, well, no shit. But this is the problem with our education system, is that we really have we've neutered people's ability to truly learn, because we silo everything, we privatize everything. We don't allow people to actually express their creative research because of the identity privacy concerns. But yet, the whole thing is completely monitored, stored in order to deliver future advertisements to you. So I'm just saying that, to me, as someone who creates a lot of content, I just wish other people had the courage, the values of the moral strength to actually record themselves being intelligent and creating knowledge and reading books and educating themselves and educating others. Because stupid people like Bima, who's not necessarily stupid, and I like her and she's a sweetheart, but individuals like Bima who would push back on what I'm saying, they believe that I've heard Bima say this 3 days ago now, and I was still shocked. She said, if you are not actively trying to deconstruct structural racism on a daily basis, you are the problem. And so my response to that is, oh, well, I read books. So, I'm not part of the problem. But just because I read books, I know that there is no structural racism problem, but we have a political ideological problem. So, that's why I say, like, I don't even want to spend time debating or conversating. I just want to get back into the books, because then when I get back into the debating and the conversating and the rhetoric, I'm armed even better to emotionally, intellectually engage with people who are actually very emotionally unstable and intellectually tentative. Hello?
Yeah. Well, first of all, second of all, Dima is actually, I think she's well read, because a couple of weeks ago, she started rattling off all of these titles of books. Now, granted, they were what one might categorize as self-help / psychology books. Yet they were all books that I knew of. So to me, that indicated, okay, she's done some reading, and certainly she has her perspective. The mistake lots of people make, though, is the idea that everybody has their different interests, and dare I say, racial issues are not everybody's cup of tea, or breaking down systemic racism is not everybody's cup of tea. And there are people who have different interests about different
thank you for the
aspects.
invite.
But this particular issue should be the most important issue in your life. And if it isn't, you must be a bad person and there must be something wrong with you. Again, they're projecting their own values onto other people. And it's just, whether it's right or wrong, some people like football, some people like reading books, some people like watching TV.
I mean, I've lived all over the world. Born in Turkey, lived in Iraq, Switzerland, Denver, Chicago. I went to New York, all over California. I should go back next week. I don't know the exact dates. I'm waiting to hear back from the managers. It's a long story. I haven't to Miami. I don't know. I've been to like 30 states. Been all over Europe. I've got 3 passports. 3? 4? 4. 4 passports. I don't know. I'm tired. I've got a headache. What are you doing? Also, what book? What is your favorite book? I'm curious. I'm a nerd. I love reading. I have over 600 books. I'll have to show you when I get home. That must have to give my number, but we shall see.
Would you have thought, Evan, that this is how this app would have turned out?
It's not how this app turned out. There's no turning out of the app. There's no history of the app. It's just a happening.
Okay, I'm back.
It's every day is something new on this app. So again, it's what Epictetus said, the famous Stoic philosopher. What you carry into the app is what you carry out of it.
Yeah.
So don't expect anything if people aren't carrying. First of all, people aren't even bringing in any real value. It's just kicking the can and playing with turds. This is the dinner for schmucks. Like, whoever Loser Pepe is in Scottsdale or whatever, with his fucking bullshit. Like, it's entertaining, but at the same time, it's not how I want my life's existence to, observe and absorb content. Fuck no. Do you know how low value that is compared to like listening to a book on philosophy? It's night and day. It's total darkness and absolute shit and low IQ garbage compared to glistening light of brilliance. And so I believe I come from brilliance and I will return to brilliance. But, the people on this app really are for my play, for my amusement, for my control. I don't want to be controlled by people on this app. And that means time control. Mind control is time control. If you can control my time, you are controlling my mind. And if you're more aware of that, you will choose high value content because, there's this disabled woman who lives nearby to me and she can't get out of her house and she weighs 400 pounds, consuming tremendous amounts of content as a blob, Netflix and Disney and YouTube and TikTok and Instagram and the list goes on and on and on. Just that blob barely moves, but that blob's brain really wants content. And so, you and I are no different. Come out of there as a much higher level IQ, EQ. It's all self-improvement, self-development, self-help, psychological development, training. And no one is anything until you've been challenged and have had great difficulty. So, you aren't just who you are. You are also who your enemies are. Do you actually really have any enemies? Do you actually test the freedom of speech? How do you experiment with the freedom of speech? That's the big thing is every single second is technically an experiment, and how you are, this app is basically an experiment setup. Every single room is just like a laboratory experiment, especially if there's replays, and then you can go back and analyze how people are engaging and what the community participation is. For example, Monica, I think, spent 3 hours the other day talking about the black guy in the park in Manhattan who gave the dog treat to the dumb Karen who took the dog off the leash and Monica wanted to play the devil's advocate for the woman against the guy. And it's like, over the course of 3 hours, we have had so many emotional experiences, so many illogically stupid observations. But then when you look at it as a total, you're like, this is so fucking stupid. You dumb, stupid bitch. Play a fucking audiobook for 3 hours. Don't fucking talk about some fucking black guy from 5 years ago in Central Park. You fucking moron. Play a fucking audiobook sometime. Hello? Yeah, Pepe would be great. Imagine if Pepe was like, okay, guys, this app is retarded and I'm stupid, so I'm just going to start playing audiobooks here every day, and I hope you guys will come to my room where I play an audiobook on this or that. And I'd be like, okay, great. You know, because that's the thing, is nobody is gaining any knowledge from listening to Pepe. So, and Pepe is gaining no knowledge himself. Like, think of this as a college classroom. You guys are all just a bunch of dunces dressed up as clowns in a classroom throwing spitballs at each other. Did you guys ever get out of the 5th grade? I mean, you guys are throwing food fights all day long. Read a fucking book on this app for 15 minutes. Use it to improve your brain. Hello? Hello?
Well, I realize.
Hi, Soma. My favorite book is The Tao Te Ching, or The Book of Changes, by Lao Tzu. That's impressive. You have 600 books. Send me a picture of your books when you get home. People just don't actually engage with information and knowledge. Like, what's her face, Kristen, the cat hair, you know? Just like, if you, you know, or an extremely annoying person. There are people out there that don't really have anything concise, clear, and intelligent to give you. And so they are technically friction creating people. Those are the trolls, personally. I don't think, see, when I'm accused of being a troll, I don't think I'm actually a troll. I think I am here to give you an hopefully an exact and precise observation. And unfortunately, people like Ban or Patty or First Lady, these are the real trolls because they can't actually give you a transparent, clear, effective, and accurate diagnosis or observation about reality. And so they are really the real fucking trolls. These liberal elite intellectuals are the biggest fucking trolls because, again, they cannot accurately diagnose, describe, and observe. Thus, they are the real fucking propagandist trolls. They're the gaslighters. They're the annoying, extremely annoying people, and they cause all the friction. It's not the people that bring clarity. Those are the non-friction people. Hello?
So what you're saying is Pepe's a troll.
I mean, I oftentimes, you know, I don't do it as much anymore because this app's too small and there's nobody, everybody will know if I'm trolling and nobody's going to get triggered because they all know who I am. So it's like, why? I don't have to put on that show. But yeah, that's why I miss old clubhouses when you had all of these people. Obviously, I can trigger people, and it's kind of fun. And I meant a lot what I said too. I had passion. I was angry, and now I'm not nearly angry, and I don't have.
But see, Pepe, stirring the pot.
Much more boring.
Stirring the pot is fun, but eventually you got to grow up and say, okay, stirring the pot every day is not healthy for me, for the person creating a stirred pot.
Stirring the pot was healthy at that time, I think, because we were living. It was a fucking clown all around. Like that, it was fucking bizarre. What people took to be like true, and like they had this religious fervor about all of that woke shit. And nobody, if you dare speak back, you're just like a horrible person. Fine, fuck you. I'm a Nazi. I'm a racist. I'm just gonna go ahead and say all the things that I believe are true.
Hello?
And now what the fuck is there to be passionate about? I can just like grip and find things, but I think I actually enjoyed what I did, and I was like passionate about it. So it was like it just kind of came naturally. Now I can't really force that shit.
I have to say, without Beaver and Matt's rooms, we would be doomed because there's nowhere else for us to go. And I don't like to just sit in the audience and listen to anybody else's rooms, but theirs, because it's just garbage. It's just garbage, and I like to hear jokes.
What's the one? Jesus. Sometimes I go into, what's the guy's name? Intellectual gangbanging.
Oh yeah, he hasn't been on here in a while.
I know. Breaking them all, he's made clear, look, don't say any overtly dumb racist shit, and you're good. And then he will say, let's hear from the white guy, and he'll make it clear, he clears the room for me, so he'll say, I want to hear, and people, if he says, I want to hear Ellen speak, then people shut up.
Then they'll listen.
Without that, no, I wouldn't have a chance. I might be, or, let's hear from the white guy. And they all know me at this point, like his audience speaks, so that helps.
Yeah, he's been gone. Luke back.
Yeah. Well, maybe, who knows? There's always real life. The other one is that Uncle Steve in the 80s room.
Oh, God, I can't.
Yeah, I was in there, and there's one guy, Benjamin, who hates my guts, which I had always known that, but then I was in there a couple of weeks ago, and the Benjamin guy started laying in on me, and then Steve also, he had seen Cordial, but he was hiding what he actually thought. So that was the end of that. But I go in there every once in a while. But that's it. Yeah, there was a lot more content. But hey, we were all stuck in our homes.
Yeah, that's true. I still can't believe that conservative guys.
He died?
Yeah.
How did he die?
He had cancer.
Was it a recent diagnosis and short life, or
Yeah, it was like
had it all along?
no, it was like short. He did get the vaccine and stuff, and the boosters, and then he died. Gosh, I want to say it's like almost 2 years now.
Oh well.
Can you believe that?
Well, people.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was largely the one that created them, and it wasn't his fault. But I remember his rooms were like the first ones to bring up political issues on Clubhouse, and that's where the rifts started.
Okay.
To where it became all political. It stopped being about NFTs and Bitcoin, and these other rooms started with the political discussions.
Who are you talking about, Jerry the Giraffe?
No.
Oh my God, I
There were some super weird people on here. He was like a Bitcoin Ponzi schemer who had some kind of bullshit Ponzi scam. The giraffe guy.
Who's that?
The giraffe guy.
Gary the giraffe, remember?
No, I don't know that guy. Sorry.
Yeah, I never passed off. I never went.
Well, I'm sorry he's dead then. No.
Wait, who passed on? I didn't.
No,
I said no offense. I'm sorry he's dead then.
Who did you say passed on? Conservative atheist guy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, he was already having health problems. David, what are you drinking today, this Memorial Day?
Yeah, I always drink coffee in the mornings.
Oh, really? You ever add any like Irish whiskey to that coffee, David?
Irish coffees? No, I never had that. No. I've had Mexican coffee before.
What kind of coffee?
Mexican coffee.
I'm sorry, what kind of coffee?
I swear I thought you said methane coffee.
No, Mexican coffee.
Well, Rabono Shalom, you know.
Save tequila and coffee.
All I gotta say is, until somebody can actually read a book on this app, and I hear you read.
The guy that was the head guy. Was it Steve Carell?
No, well, yeah, Steve Carell and then Zach Galifianakis, and don't just casually watch it, but you have to pick up on what they're trying to tell you, which is that all communication is hypnosis.
Yeah, no, people were all a little strange at the end of the day. You know, I by the third time I watched it, I was like, oh, I get it. Okay, so we're all a little strange.
No, that's not what the purpose. Well, that's okay. What's funny about Clubhouse is that you realize it's very much the same thing as that dinner gathering, where you have a bunch of retards in a room saying incredibly stupid things to each other. Oh, we say R word? Okay, this is an R word safe room. So anyways, just watch the movie Dinner for Schmucks, and you will laugh because you will realize it's the same happening on Clubhouse, but they made it into a movie. And the stuff about hypnosis and mind control in Dinner for Schmucks is hilarious because this app is a little bit like mind control because of the time control component. Every second you listen to me, I'm technically controlling your mind. And so trolling and controlling are interrelated, and there's just a lot of character actors here. I feel like Brad Stauffenberger, the Viking warrior, is a little bit of a performative actor. And that's because the other day I heard him say he parachuted into a pond, a high altitude jump, and then when he landed in the pond, he took a selfie with the biggest alligator in the world. And I was like, that sounds a little performative to me. Maybe that didn't really happen.
Alligator with spare hands, don't forget.
Oh, I forgot about that part. After he took the selfie, he grabbed the alligator by its throat and then started rotating with it until he killed it, and then ate barbecued alligator for dinner with a tribe of indigenous naked women. So anyways, I'm just saying that when people get on their soapbox and they say the most incredible things about their lifestyle, that to me was always the first thing I noticed about this app. Is I came out here because a guy that I had done business with in the past invited me here, and he said, you got to come on this app. And I was like, great. I was like, well, let me invest in a company with you. So I gave him 10 grand to invest in marijuanabusiness.com. And then I was going to all these rooms with him, and all these people on here were saying that they own Bitcoin. And like, you know, some fucking Schwartz is like, yeah, man, I got millions in Bitcoin. I was like, bitch, you don't got shit. And so my friend got very upset with me because I was calling people out on their claims of being Bitcoin millionaires. And I was like, prove it, bitch. You're a broke ass motherfucker on a stupid app trying to scam people. You ain't got no fucking money. I can tell right away it's a bunch of scammers on here. So I'm
a Bitcoin millionaire.
Well, anyways, what I'm trying to say is when people make claims about lifestyle, like David doesn't really make wild claims about his lifestyle. I've heard David is well off, but he doesn't talk about it because the truth is he can barely get a sentence off without sounding like an R word. So even if you're rich and you can fly first class and you've got palatial estates all around the world and you don't really have to worry about anything because you can live just fine off of 6% interest and you're pulling down tens of millions of dollars a year. That's a hell of a lifestyle.
That's him trying to be black. That's all.
Well, either way, I mean, I just look at it as performative art in the same way that. See, the thing what I sided with Pepe and Monica not because of the woke CRTBLM DEI nonsense. It was really about what the African Americans on this app were saying with regards to death threats and making horrible, profane, vulgar statements. That's what really made me angry, and then sided and even partnered with Monica to basically say, hey, okay, we have an extreme, profane, vulgar, illegal type of communication that is shocking. I had never heard people say like make death threats on a verbal public social audio platform. Like imagine on Facebook, like if people were allowed to, Anyways, I'm just saying it was shocking, and so it's like almost comical, but at the same time, in terms of like who is right and wrong, the people who do not make these horrible profane statements are always going to be in the right versus your wrong, illegal, vulgar, profane death threat. So I'm just saying, like, that seems to be kind of walled off a little bit. Like there is a network and a clique of people here that, block and don't want to necessarily hear that, but it's still there. And you could go to any trench room right now, any ghetto room right now. Cray, I'm sure, has one open right now. And there are just so many ghetto rooms on this app that, from a recording perspective, black content and the Jerry Springer show are like synonymous. I mean, that's the community, that's the culture, that is the content of the culture. And that is sad. But it's really not that different from other types of rooms. Like, the people in this small clique, it's basically comedy, more comedy. I guess it's all comedy, technically. All communication is comedy because these profane ghetto trench rooms.
Wow. You don't say the G word.
Can you say the T word, trench?
Are you overly sensitive, David?
I mean, I went to Penn, so I mean, we tried not to say certain words.
Well, I'm just saying there are so many ghetto trench rooms that it's shocking, but it's not really that shocking because technically I think African Americans really love to chat, and in terms of like being a blabberina or a yapper, they love it. And I get it, but again, if you can't stupidity in this country and the concern about an AI god, I'm not really concerned about it because if we
3 seashells.
Well, she was a lot hotter in that movie, wasn't she? I think that's when Sandra Bullock was probably at her pinnacle of haircut. Anyways, Alan here is a professional. He's worked in Hollywood for 40 years. And he's produced some of the biggest and most successful music and.
And I've never professed. My friend wanted Tony.
Alan, aren't you? I thought you were actually Phil Spector.
Was convicted of, or allegedly. Yeah.
He was super successful. He was super successful because he knew how to record. He produced all the big acts. They all came to him because he put out the best product.
Like your boy Weinstein.
They say that Phil Spector's Christmas album is the greatest Christmas album that has ever and ever will be produced. Nothing ever will top a Phil Spector Christmas.
The best Christmas album.
No, it's actually considered to be the best Christmas album of all time. Is Phil Spector's Christmas.
Nat King Cole.
Yeah, but Phil Spector was the chief producer, director, engineer, distributor. Like, it was his business. Like, he was the creator. and produced all these talents. And
I don't know. I never
cultivated
heard of him,
them.
so I don't know. I don't think it's good.
Well, you should. Al Pacino played him in a movie, the Phil Spector
Oh, okay.
stuff.
I know him. Yeah.
Just well, see, you're
Is
you're
it
young.
Casino?
You're young, David. Phil Spector was big in the '60s and the '70s and the '80s. He had a big career when people actually made money and lived like moguls, and people made money from selling 3 million CDs or 4.2 million records. Nowadays, with the digital shit, Spotify, etc., you're making 2 cents a record. Back in the day, you could make 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 bucks a record. The Rolling Stones would make 100 million a year selling records. That back then, that's like making $1 billion. I mean, the economics of the music and movie industry are completely inverted, and you have to be so much more sophisticated to make money in communication and movies, etc. Look at the Paramount Skydance deal. Do you know how much the attorneys made on the Skydance deal for 4 days worth of work?
I was so we have like a bunch of records and shit like that, and like even like VHSs like in our archive. I remember like my nephew who was like very young, like in the teens. It was like, can I have these ICDs and record players? I was like, I remember my father, his grandfather, saying, okay, you can have it. I didn't realize like these young kids like want these records and CDs and VHS and shit like that. Good thing we kept it, I guess. Or I didn't keep it. My parents did.
Well, it's all content. I mean, downstairs in my living room, I have thousands and thousands of DVDs and CD-ROMs and music CDs. I don't know. I'm like saving them because I bought, storage for them. So they're all sitting in nice, cases. But I don't actually have the whole build out of all the cases. I threw all that shit out. I just kept all the discs. But it's all just, content to also be re-explored. That's why in 2026 there is no new content. There might be really crazy AI shit out there that is new, but technically if you don't need to do any like research, because you can just pull up old content and now just convert it into AI slop and use the same format. So there's nothing new under the sun, and Disney and all these franchises just proves to you that the old shit is the new shit, and the old shit works. And the new shit barely works as good as the old shit. So this summer, new movies are coming out, which are just regurgitations of old shit. And they produce the same dopamine. They produce the same experience. So what's the point of consuming the same shit? And that goes with this app too. Why continue to engage with redundant media? Hello?
And the only movie I actually want to see, The Odyssey. Yeah, that's the only movie I want to see. Like I'll buy one of those weird popcorn boxes because of that.
Yeah, it's gonna be completely useless. I mean, they took the Odyssey has been made about 5 or 6 times. They're making it again, but Elliot, aka Ellen Page, is playing the ghost of Achilles at one point. So you've got a trans man playing Achilles.
Are they playing a girl or a guy? Or is it that?
She's playing a guy. Okay, then it's under the guise of representation, you have a couple of black actors in it playing, and one of them is Lupita Nyong'o, whatever her name.
Yeah, but they were all slaves back then. There can't be a black.
Yeah. Not only that, it's a Greek myth based on actual Greek facts. So, and there are no Greeks in the film. So, which it's fine, it's Hollywood, but
that's like The Wiz when they reimagined the Wiz.
But see, in The Wiz, everybody was black, right? So we say, okay, this is the Wizard of Oz, but we're going to redo it with this Greek story and claiming that it's accurate, that Helen could have been black, or that there were black people in Greek society, in the ruling classes, etc., etc. And all it is, it's just race swapping. It's another excuse to create content that people will go, like you said, oh, I want to go see it. Yeah, you'll go, but I think what'll happen, Christopher Nolan is a very, he's made a lot of money for the studios. It'll do well the first weekend, and then it'll dry off. It'll drop off drastically.
I liked him in Inception.
Yeah, he's had a lot of success as a movie director, and so he will do well. But the fact is, you can't win an Academy Award unless you meet the Academy's guidelines for representation. And so, yeah, if you're making a Greek drama, well, everybody's white. You can't have that. So they have to insert.
Yeah, I remember when they changed the rules for the Oscars, and they said in order to be nominated, you have to be a certain percent black or gay. And I remember thinking right away, I was like, okay, so you want gay people to come out to say, I'm gay, I'm in the movie? It makes no sense.
Yeah, on top of that, you know what they do? They say they'll have a character who's black and gay, so that they get 2 for 1. So, like, if you watch the movie Hitch, aside from Will Smith, there's one character, he fits that. And then I can't tell you the number of TV shows I've seen, they've got the gay black character.
Well, some would say, like, Will Smith is gay.
Well, yeah, but his character isn't gay. So it's, you either have...
he's kind of gay.
Well, yeah, we know he is. But the point is, it's either or. You can have a straight character played by an openly gay actor, and then you'll be okay. Or you have to have the gay character. As long as there always is because they'll say, well, if you've got no representation in front of the camera, then you can make up for that by who you hire behind the camera. So if you have a movie that's all about white people, then you have to have all black people behind the camera to balance it out.
All you have to ask them is like, we'd love to hire you. Are you gay?
All right, well, enjoy your 250-year celebration, Dr. Allen.
All right, well, one of the issues that people project what they would do if they were in power.
Yeah.
That is absolutely true. So,
but that's the beautiful thing. They are not in power, and they never will be in power because they're here essentially creating fake projection power. And that's one of the reasons why they're here, because, this is where it got them. And I'm not saying that's projection. I'm just saying if you're aware of the projection, it kind of nullifies it. But, there's a saying that a sage never criticizes anyone. And so some people will bait you to try to get you to gossip and, slander and gossip. And if you're a really happy, self-confident person and you're an effective communicator, you actually don't engage in ad hominem projection. And that's what people do here is they do ad hominem projection all the fucking time, and they're never aware of what they're doing.
So, well, on that note, I'm going to close the room since they made me mod. And I guess I'm going to go eat. So, I will, get even.
Let me see your whole
That shit is high key.
Gotcha.
Let me see that ass. Turn around. Alright, so back to the conversation we're having. Yeah, shut the fuck up. And take your ass back there, because ain't nobody asked you.
What's gonna be a bitch?
What the hell? I didn't need your motherfucking help. What the hell is that?
Baby.
Are you okay?
Go ahead,
Is it easier to laugh? Palpitation having ass bitch. Is y'all okay?
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
Are you okay? Go ahead.
Are you okay?
No, just back to the question you were having. Is it easier to
Are you okay?
Go ahead, Ron. That's fine.
Control your heart. You
Very
can't
control.
control me. Fuck you and your heart. Bitch, are you okay?
Yeah, I am actually.
No, you're not.
I don't have to be on the app sounding like Elmo.
I was just asking the question before, that's all. Back to the question.
You sound like
We were talking
a
about
nigga.
the question before. Oh, hold on.
You sound like your heart
I'll
around.
be back.
And that's true. Fuck you and Rewind. What?
She ran. Teaching someone.
Exactly, because this heart machine, bitch. What the fuck is with you?
But what we were talking about was teaching.
Nobody gives a fuck about you.
So the difference between me and you, I'm sitting in the room talking about you like you do me.
Fuck you, bitch. I don't understand no one talk about you, bitch. You delusional.
I'm not.
You think that
I get the messages, so.
Bitch, you don't get no fucking messages telling nobody that I'm sitting in the room talking about you.
need someone
Because they never shut the fuck
I
up.
bet you're not going to pay
Shut
for it.
the fuck up.
I bet that.
Shut the fuck up. And control that heart, bitch.
EBT don't work on
Control that motherfucking heart. Bitch, I wish you did get EBT, food stamps, or whatever the fuck it is that you fucking need so you can eat better.
So, absolutely. Wow.
The fuck? Why did you go to war? Wouldn't it have been like Vietnam or some shit?
Yeah, I was. Absolutely. Actually, World War II.
So what happened?
I was in World War II.
What happened?
I saw a bitch like you and I popped in the head.
Yeah, you should have killed
Yeah,
yourself
yeah,
at
I
war.
popped in the head.
Most when the war
I
was
did.
on
You can
crack.
I'm on crack too. Absolutely. Yeah. So we were talking earlier, people with some sense.
Nobody gives a fuck.
We were talking about
What you was talking about? Nobody gives a fuck.
Come on now. Let's move on.
Because I heard you fuck that nigga in the back of the car.
I did. He's satisfied.
And you too old for that.
He's very. Oh no, not my niece is good.
You
Worry
was
about
too
my mom,
old
worry
to be
about the
fucking in the
motherfucking
back of the motherfucking car.
I did. It was in a.
Getting beat up and shit by niggas.
I did. Yep. Got beat up too.
That's crazy.
I'm
You told the ass you got beat up.
Hell up. Show did. And
You the one who told everybody you got beat up.
I did.
Oh, damn.
You get beat up or
I got beat up.
Hey,
Bro, show did.
so thank you for all the press, old ass pussy bitches that saw her. Thank you.
Look at you. You sad.
Oh my
You are so
god.
sad.
This is wild as shit.
You are a sad
Oh, you were. I was
back in the room. She's so sick.
Taking a bad bitch on photo. Get out the way. See if
This is how y'all know this nigga ain't never been on a trip with his daughter as a child. He doesn't even know like proper parent etiquette when they're on a road trip with their children. Like, look how he talks.
that sister said she was in a lounge the other night.
Take that girl on a family trip. She's older now.
He was at the house.
Yes.
She was on 8. I took her on 8.
Things that bro, you didn't travel with your daughter as a child.
I done took her on 8 trips. What are you talking about?
I refuse to believe that. Like,
Okay, I don't give a fuck what you believe. You don't believe in your life.
nasty.
You don't believe in that little ass nigga that you married. You don't believe in. You didn't believe that you could finish college. You didn't believe that you could pay your rent on time. You didn't believe in nothing. You didn't believe in nothing. I want y'all to remember that. Less than 3 minutes. You didn't believe in that total ass show that you got. Less than 3 minutes ago, she was talking about how you don't understand people being 19. Less than 3 minutes.
Well, because you talk, we're on a trip with our children. I don't know like you don't have in-house nothing because you're a sad, miserable little drunk man. You would be a nicer person. Maybe somebody would want to live with you and build a life with you and travel with you and sleep with you. But you don't have that. Like, no, they don't. You literally don't have that. You didn't have that before Stacey, and you don't have that now currently with Stacey. Which is why she can opt in for your quarantine. Because she got to live somewhere. She love her. I love the juggling. I love how she juggles. I love it. Your friend is older than me.
No, she's not.
Like, cut it. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Yes, she is.
You fucking young so bad.
You are so delusional. You
Hello.
are learning all the coverages of your woman's face. All the wrinkles, fine lines, and smiles and beauty. Because you don't even recognize it when someone hits you out. You fucking weird.
I want to talk about it.
No, I don't give a fuck about you.
Okay. So,
And as soon as I get back to you,
look, she on a family vacation. I got her yelling
in my garage.
on a family vacation. Short, puny niggas is the last in place.
That's what I like of insurance. Like, you get to vacate often. This is regular for my children. They have status at 11 years old. Stop playing with me, nigga. My kids are used to it. All right? They were born into it. A vacation ain't special to them. They think it's Tuesday.
Actually, listen back. Actually, I'm about to light my grill up.
So don't blow yourself up, you fucking drunk.
Light my grill up. You know what I'm saying?
It's raining. He's not letting you in.
supposed to be outside.
You ain't popping that pussy. You ain't popping that pussy, right? That's why you should be mad all the time.
Talk about it.
Yeah, we know it's right.
That's all you need to know. I ain't nothing, but
He doing exactly what he need to do because I ain't there.
All right.
Sure, I'll be homeless. Sure. Absolutely. I'll be destitute. Totally.
Listen, any nigga that can go to the shop and I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? The bitches, what the fuck? You want a homeless bitch, just go to the shelter.
You don't believe that.
I ain't trying to take care of nobody, nigga. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah. I don't know.
That is the end of your clip. The floor is back open.
Lady, what's up, sis?
Wow! Pick up.
You arguing with Lydia? Just don't talk about Darius. The same thing, Lydia. You arguing with
Darius started first.
right? Why the fuck do I
Darius
get
started
mentioned? Y'all gotta put your spouses down. That ain't right.
And it always be the ones. I fuck with them, though.
I keep you
Darius started first.
It's my turn. I don't want to hear shit. When I take it to hell, I don't want to hear shit. I don't want to hear nobody pick me in no private rooms. Try to say, oh, you went too far. I don't want to hear shit.
Well, these motherfuckers might as well buckle up for
We ain't spoken. Now listen,
gonna be a good work week.
don't mention my.
Who's the guy?
Hello?
Read in the chat while he talk. Like I'm just like, oh shit. I wonder what everybody else is what I'm doing right now. Just throw that out there.
That's what BK does. He be eating chicken wings. I told y'all. I told y'all the day I saw him do it.
Fucking store. This is some bullshit. Stacy, what up? What up?
Oh, God, yo.
It is a C harmonica.
I never heard you deal with nobody on the family vacation. I got you.
drinking last
Like,
night?
you was being a girl's girl. They don't appreciate Lady O being a girl's girl.
What happened last night? Did I come in and tell a story about the nigga that was watching this man's pocket in the spot?
What?
Yeah, you did. You did.
That's wow.
I get a recap.
I told you she was on that.
But I don't want to do. I'm gonna give you a recap. But first, tell me what I did last night. Let's unpack that.
Okay, so like you was trying to like get the ladies to like, right? You was being a girl's girl. And then she went on some like broke, desperate, starving, and that's not Lady O. You know what I'm saying? That's not Lady O. Like, you was trying to defend this, and I'm like, wow.
Bro, who was broke and
You
desperate?
kept on pushing me to the side. She was going some like real poor.
We need to click, because I want to remember what you're saying so I could dialogue with you. I swear to God, I don't remember my
Oh,
nigga.
you was drinking?
Yeah, I was outside watching the game. Yeah. My bad. You know, I just be
Nah, you was saying no. You was saying no, BK. Nah, this is not what I wanted. You backed out of the car, and then you left.
Can somebody fund it, please? I want to hear it. I gotta go back to the store. The goo was there. Was the goo there? Y'all was there? Y'all heard me? What I did, goo? Manipulation 101. Act stupid. I'm not acting. I swear I'm not.
I don't agree with that. It wasn't just.
Nah, no, listen. T is funny, right? She's funny. She's like loose, like free in the air, but at the same time, she get into like the poor. She get. It's down bad. It's giving down bad bitch. You know, like I understand. Like, okay, this is anybody can be whoever the fuck they want to be. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes y'all gotta listen to the content before y'all start clapping. Listen to the content first. You know what I'm saying? I think Tia was, maybe she was drinking. We had a good Memorial Day weekend. It's been raining on the heat.
Who write the stories? They are the ones who study the old literature and rewrite the stories and turn them into modern poetry.
No words.
Through the internet, a couple of them.
Wait, what? So these picture that says Trump 2028 is
On our economy. I'm very upset about the tariffs still, and I think with regards to China, Trump's very close relationship with China, in the Strait of Hormuz opening, I'm just worried that these tariffs are still going to harm our economy, and the tariffs were a terrible idea, and I can't stop thinking about the tariffs. And every night when I go to sleep, I think about the tariffs, and when I wake up in the morning, every morning when I have my morning coffee, make a bowel movement, I always think about the tariffs. And when I have my lunch in the afternoon, I think about the tariffs. When I have dinner and a nice glass of Pinot Noir, I think about the tariffs. I can't stop thinking about the tariffs and talking about the tariffs. Tariffs!
You already done. You go down, Mr. Kitover. Girl, he played too much. Ain't it, Tina? We know you required around. At this point, we don't even care.
Yeah, why would you care? I mean, if you cared, well, then that would matter. But you don't care. So.
I don't even care. Nobody even watches your channel for it.
I know. Who cares? Who cares? Exactly.
Yeah.
But what does it feel like talking in a forest and nobody hears you? You think you.
Right. You know where you get your traction from. People on Clubhouse worried about you playing the room.
It's my audience. Come on. Without my audience, I'd be nothing. I would literally be nothing. I'd just have like a couple random people from India and China saying, I love Donald Trump or FDT. It's either love or hate. Hate or love.
So how's this shitting going and you and the tariffs? Since you take a crap to think about the tariffs. How's that going, brother?
Well, I can't stop thinking about the tariffs every single morning when I make an espresso and then I go to release a bowel movement. I start thinking about the tariffs and what that means for our economy. Plus, when you do the forced, mass demigration and you deport hundreds of thousands of hardworking laborers and you add in the tariffs, we are further deconstructing economic opportunity, which is less trade internally and less trade externally. It's madness. You don't prick a bubble, you keep inflating a bubble. You keep inflating. You don't prick. You do not prick. You inflate. You do not prick.
Aren't you a Trump supporter?
I support America and our destiny. It's not about one man. That's my complaint, is too many people project onto Donald Trump their internal emotional state, and they're unaware of it. All communication is projection. All communication is politics. And sometimes all communication is comedy. But the tariffs just keep me up every night, especially in the morning when
Is that politically correct?
Like, you know what this is, right? This is John. I told John, we don't care anymore. Nobody's really watching it. Except for people on Clubhouse. We'll see one or two people and be like, is that me? Is that lady? Is that us checking in?
I just don't understand why.
Yeah, so explain to us why you record the room tonight.
Well, I've kind of given up because, as you said, my only audience is people from Clubhouse checking to see if I'm recording you. But Anon does open up the opportunity to record, but it's still just not like a very good recording because I'm filming cell phone to cell phone. Some people have perfected screen recording virtually, and there are other people recording your room, not just me. But if you're on YouTube, but you'll never find it because it's not like labeled to, some way that you could find it. You just can't find it. And nobody watches it. So it's really just like a labor of love and an artistic endeavor, which requires work and time and effort and value. So it is what it is, but it's not commercially successful. And that's okay. I mean, I enjoy doing what I do, to me, it's like, how do I continue to optimize my productivity? And unfortunately, people don't like what I do, but to me, like if there was ever an actual franchise or some type of way to earn and monetize industry, like you ladies could have a YouTube channel for God's sakes. You would be a valued YouTube publisher. I don't understand why you don't do it.
Do you think that we don't know that? Some people have different lives than the lives that you live. Yeah. And maybe for purposes unbeknown to a lot of people, we don't. Like, has that ever crossed anybody's mind?
Of course, but my argument is that you're here anyways.
My argument is, if I'm not going to do it for myself, why would I want somebody else to take my voice?
Hello? You angry? I'm happy. Leave me alone. You angry?
I didn't give you.
I'm happy.
Because I
leave me alone.
So you taking somebody's picture, you taking somebody's voice, and monopolizing it at the risk that something can happen to me. That's the problem. Maybe something different is like it wasn't people's pictures up there and stuff like that. But and from your side, because I think you participated in it, y'all really doubts people.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only appropriate doxing would be is if somebody's making death threats. If you are a low class racist piece of shit, well, that could also possibly be considered dox worthy. But the death threat stuff, and I have dealt with people on here that have made death threats against me, and I doxed them, and I notified the police and the FBI.
Okay, I'm just talking about people not agreeing with what somebody says.
Yeah, I've never doxed anybody. I've never, like, from this room, I've put out fake news that I, notified Patty's boss one time and she got fired, just to see if, like, my little butterfly effect ripple could cause some friction. And I think it worked, but it wasn't true. It was fake news.
No, it didn't work. Wait a minute, you did what now? Why would you do that? Why would you even play like that? You did that for what now?
I don't know. I was in a room one time and I was just like talking about your room, and we were talking about your room, and I said, yeah, I notified Patty's boss and I doxed her and she's going to get terminated because she's on here 40 hours a week instead of working. And they were like, you did that? I was like, yeah, I did that. She's gone. By Friday, she'll be terminated. And they were all like, oh my God, I can't believe you did that. And I was like, yep, I'm sick of that room. But it wasn't true. I was just playing with them.
Honestly, I didn't care. Because somebody.
Did you put my name in it? You said my name too?
No, he just said me. But when that happened, like, nothing.
Yeah, it was just me. It was just me effing with that room. And no, I didn't mention First Lady because, Patty's like a real name. First Lady's not necessarily a name. But,
Oh, you're talking about that's not a real name to you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who you are, but Ban carries this room. Isaiah, whoever he is, he carries this room. His monologue, and his energy is what, really makes this show possible. Without Ban, ladies, I hate to tell you, you would not have a show. You would not have a show without Ban.
But again, we can't control the world. We can't control man. Whether he wants to stay, whether he wants to leave, whether he wants to come, whether he wants to go. And nobody can replicate him. He is his own person. Which is a beautiful thing. So, but at the end of the day, when you say carry this show, that was never the point of this particular space when it was created. It wasn't about a show. It wasn't about, hey, come listen to us so we can put on an acrobatic show for you. No, it was to bring news.
Yeah. So we actually been doing this room over a year with just females. Did you know that? You've been recording our rooms. I think he came around back in September, lady, right? September, October.
Yeah, around that time.
Yeah.
Maybe even November.
Yeah, but we already had like 18,000 people by then.
It was before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
It was before Thanksgiving.
And
I'm not sure if you guys did on Halloween.
Yeah, and we just hit our year mark probably 2 months before that. We were at 18,000.
But I mean, when it comes down to, the everyday thing, and that's the thing that makes this particular space different.
Okay. Well, I would say that I was very incensed and upset the day that Charlie Kirk was killed, and the things that people were saying in Politically Correct, particularly a homosexual, gay African-American man. And the things that he was saying were so upsetting to me and so disappointing. I know it's not reflective of the entire African-American community. It didn't wake me up, but it alerted me to the actual real friction and divide amongst Americans. Because it's not our people. It's the American people. You got to get your words right. It's
But
Americans.
Hello? That's the thing about how people choose to judge. Because I took a lot of slack for that. Because I'm the type of person of integrity and certain things. Like, I don't feel like I would want that to be associated with me because I wouldn't want people in my real life to think that I'm associated with that. There was a lot of pushback. Like, oh, you can't say that. For weeks. Even after it happened, if somebody says, if anybody brought the name up, I would zap out. Like, just be quiet. Let's not even talk about that. Why is it that they can do da? Certain people can do things in this world and get away with it. Certain people can't. And I'm not saying that you can't be that person. But in this particular space, just respect the space. So when people judge and they say, oh, this happened, well, how long did you say? Because just because you didn't see the fight back at that time, because people like me are very strategic. I know when to say something. Sometimes when the stove is too hot, you just can't open up and be like, oh, well, let me just go ahead and say this, because then it's just going to make the situation worse. But there are plenty of times that there was pushback in regards to it. And I care about life.
Can I ask a question? This is interesting. I'm going to frame the question in two different parts. And there's going to be three parts. First, the individual, and then George Floyd and Charlie Kirk. And I'm talking about the individual. It's amazing to me how people care more about people they've never met and don't know and cannot go home and mend their relationship with their own parents, their brothers and sisters, and they're deeply wounded by something they may see on TV with Charlie Kirk or George Floyd. I'm going to tell you why I'm telling this story. I sympathize. It's not about the person or what happened. It's about how people see their lives not disconnected from their own lives. I met a gentleman when George Floyd got killed, and he was marching. It was a black guy with like 500 white people marching with him. And, there was a lot of noise. I went home and outside, started walking as well in the crowd. Finally met up with the gentleman. And we started talking. And I said, I like what you're doing here. Take my business card. If you need some help, starting a nonprofit, call me. And he called me the next day. So I started talking to him. And I said to him, he said that he just got out of jail like 3 months ago. And so what happened to George Floyd? He got involved and became an activist, blah, blah, blah. So I said to him, you just came out of jail. I said, where are you now? He was in a halfway house. And I said, I'd help you. He said, why not? I said, let me ask you a question. You have any kids? He said, yes. I said, you have a wife, girlfriend? He said, yes. I said, have you seen any of your family members since you came out of jail? He said, no. I said, until you go see your daughter and go apologize to your girl for getting in trouble, going into jail, coming out and marching for another man's family and not your own. Now, let that settle for a minute. A couple weeks later, the guy called me back in 2 weeks. About 2 weeks later, he called me back. And he was crying on the phone because what I said to him messed him up in his mind, because he said he was ashamed of going home, and he was ashamed as a person of going to jail, messing his life up, and not being around his kids for 12 years. But when I said it to him, it was about the humanity of your own life and fixing your own business before you pay attention to other people's business. And he realized in that moment that what I said to him was so true that he couldn't hide from it anymore. And a stranger said it to him in a way where it was so impactful that he wanted to call me back, and I helped him in the situation and everything else. But the reason why I'm mentioning that, because when I hear people talk about people, George Floyd and Charlie Kirk,
Hello?
Back to all these great people. It's great to admire great people that's doing great things or have sacrificed their lives to resonate in your life. But what all that is demonstrating to you is where in your life are you dealing with the living people that you're not taking responsibility for forgiving yourself, forgiving your mom and your pop for doing
Well, I like that story that you just told, and it's amazing that happened to you, that you were able to help rectify that man's mind. And I would just that I guess my critique and complaint about the way that people communicate on this app is that it's not really a very good exchange of knowledge. Plus, there's also time duration, so we can't transfer large amounts of information to each other. That's what books are for. And so I'm just saying, I understand this is entertainment and social activity, but you can come on here and read a book for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. One true sentence is better than a million illogical, ridiculous, woke, liberal, intellectual sentences. So to me, the book club is really the future, and it is the best now and best experience you can have, which is in poetry is a very quick remedy to a lot of the social ills we have. I mean, Fix It here talked to a guy who had a communication failure. So we have a failure to communicate knowledge, intelligence, wisdom, value in a short amount of time. And that's because a lot of people want to be entertaining. Like, I think Ban is actually very entertaining. But I question the opportunity cost even for him to come on this app when you have a career and a family and a car to go wax in the garage, to come on here and be a pseudo-intellectual, false, fake, not a real intellectual. Real intellectuals are academic. They actually will just read a book to you as if you're in a classroom. They won't necessarily always do the same shtick. Himself feel better inside. He's a fake elitist. That's not what the elite really do.
Okay, so wait a minute. We would see that a lot of times he's not the aggressor. He's the responder. You see? But a lot of times people don't want to pay attention to it because they get caught up in the emotion and the feeling that's happening at the moment. But they forgot how we got there. And with recordings, you can go back, you can actually listen and actually judge. But most times people don't actually go back and listen to get there, to really understand. And that's one of the experiences that we don't last night. So I hear what you're saying. A lot of people come on this app, you coming in, you making your suggestions, you got a chance to speak, right? We allow you to speak and tell us what you think is the future of this app. But not everybody thinks alike. And you are entitled to your opinion. The thing is, go make that work for yourself. You don't have a place here because we're not friends to come and tell somebody what they should be doing and how they can be successful. You go and you create that for yourself. Doesn't that make sense? It makes sense to me.
Guess you got me. So hey y'all, let's go ahead and start our regular routine with the press. Y'all know how it goes. It's 24 hours old. If there's any updates, we can work on the update. We don't go straight through it. We try our best to do breaks in between.
Hey, free will. I saw you said hi. I just didn't get a chance to play you back. Right, I'm going to be a shampoo my hair.
Today's not Meet the Press. I'm sorry. So we play. God, we're not doing Meet the Press anymore on Monday. We're doing. Damn it, that would Meet the Press. Damn it. Give me a second, y'all.
Post the nation. Post that down.
Damn it. I'm sorry, y'all.
Can I ask a question? What is the percentage of women in the U.S. Army?
Why?
Because the president is a coward, so there's women that's actually fighting for this dodging dodging the war when he got drafted.
What do you mean?
Yeah, just let it go through.
Okay. Well, let me go ahead and start Meet the Press, y'all. Let's see who's on Meet the Press today. Face the Nation. Let's see. Talking about President Trump. Says the peace deal with
Today, he did. He got drafted, and he got, so this is fake from the beginning. He doesn't care.
Let me explain what's going on in Face the Nations on this one. Reports from Tel Aviv and Senator Chris Van Hollen discusses the possible deal. Medal of Honor recipients, retired Lieutenant Colonel William Stevenson and retired Command Sergeant Major Matthew Williams are going to be on there. So let's see what they're talking about.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
They ran through him. They say, like, we don't want to deal with you. We want Obama to deal with you. We want to deal with Obama.
Okay, that's fine. Let me start Meet the Press first. Not Meet the Press, but I'm taking Face the Nation.
Appear to be nearing a peace agreement with Iran. We'll have the latest. Sources familiar with the talks tell CBS News that the latest proposal to end the war, which is now in its 13th week, includes a process to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, the unfreezing of some Iranian assets held in foreign banks, and a continuation of negotiations over Iran's nuclear program. We'll talk to the president's top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, about the impact of the war on the economy. And we'll take a closer look at the outrage on both sides of the aisle this week over the creation of a $1.8 billion anti-weaponization payout fund. Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen will be with us. We'll also hear from a bipartisan duo working to fight anti-Semitism in politics. Republican Mike Walnut and New Jersey Democrat Josh Gottheimer. Plus, as the World Health Organization warns that Ebola is spreading rapidly in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, we'll talk to Dr. Deborah Burks. And finally, a special Memorial Day conversation with two Medal of Honor recipients about the significance of service.
Oh, I'm offering to buy you a plane ticket and host you. Oh, that's so generous. Oh my God!
Good morning and welcome to Face the Nation. Margaret is off. I'm Nancy Juarez. On this holiday weekend, President Trump has been hard at work at the White House to iron out an agreement with Iran. When I spoke to the president on Saturday, he sounded upbeat and said that he wouldn't even be talking about an agreement if it did not prevent Iran from having a nuclear weapon, adding, well, we're getting everything we want. I will only sign a deal where we get everything we want. But it appears that most of the nuclear decisions would actually be left to the next round of negotiations. And that has some Republicans worried this morning. We're going to begin with senior foreign correspondent Imtiaz Tayeb reporting from Tel Aviv.
That's so awesome.
Tel Aviv this morning, Secretary of State Marco Rubio had this to say about Iran.
I'll leave it to the president to make further announcements. Suffice it to say that some progress has been made.
On Saturday, President Trump held a conference call with leaders of several Arab and Muslim countries, including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Egypt, Turkey, and Pakistan. In a Truth Social post afterwards, the president said an agreement had Iran's foreign ministry spokesman Asma Bagheri said over the past week, the process has moved towards reducing the points of disagreement, but there are still issues that need to be discussed through the mediators. Those points of disagreement include the fate of the Strait of Hormuz, Iran's frozen assets of foreign banks, and its nuclear program, which includes a large stockpile of nearly bomb-grade highly enriched uranium, which the president says is
A senior Israeli political source has told CBS News that PM made it clear to the president that Iran would retain the right to take action against Houthis.
Imtiaz Tayeb, thank you so much. Some key Republican senators have already weighed in on the early reports about the contours of a possible deal. Senate Armed Services or not. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas said if the result of all that is to be an Iranian regime now receiving billions of dollars being
to me. And Senator, thank you so much for being with me.
That's a good guy.
It's good to be with you, Nancy.
So I want to stress that all of this is still.
Sounds like we will go back to opening the Strait of Hormuz, which of course was open before the war started. I will say, however, it looks like Iran will retain more control over those straits. We also know Iran has an even more hardline regime in place now, and we're talking about releasing some of Iran's frozen assets. So, look, my view is, as I said, stop digging.
I want to ask you about something that stirred up a lot of controversy on both sides of the aisle on Capitol Hill this week. The DOJ's new anti-weaponization fund, nearly $1.8 billion set aside for people who say they were treated unfairly by the federal government. You've been calling it a political slush fund. You are trying to force Republicans to take a vote on placing some guardrails around that fund. What kind of guardrails are you talking about?
Hello?
Well, Nancy, first we should get rid of this slush fund.
Hello?
$1 billion of taxpayer money. But I have been proposing amendments to prohibit, for example, people who rioted on January 6th and assaulted police officers from being eligible for the fund. People who have been convicted of child molestation, they should not be eligible for the fund. Members of Congress should this slush fund, which the president has set up for these purposes.
You pushed the acting attorney general this week on that question of whether people who attacked police officers would be eligible for the fund. I asked the president about that this week as well. He did not say that those people would be ineligible. Senate Republicans were very angry about this. They really gave it to the acting attorney general behind closed doors this week. That there is an appetite for trying to get rid of this fund in Congress, and how would that even work?
Well, I hope so, Nancy. I think most Republicans are more upset about the fact that this interrupted their effort to pass this reconciliation bill with another $70 billion of taxpayer funds for ICE. I think that's what upset them the most. And they decided to leave town because they didn't want to have to vote on these amendments that I've proposed and others have proposed. So we'll see how this all turns out. We should get rid of this political slush fund altogether, and we will insist on having these votes when we get back.
I've been told by a senior administration official that there are now some urgent efforts underway to address the concerns that Republicans have raised about this fund, but they continue to insist they've got the right to do this, and that in fact, they already have the ability to make these payouts, and if anything, they're making the process more transparent by coming up with rules, by appointing commissioners, and all the rest. What do you think of that argument?
Well, that's absurd, and this is really corrupt from the start. I mean, this is essentially President Trump negotiating with President Trump through the acting attorney general, who was Trump's former personal lawyer. They set it up so they have complete control over the 5 members of this commission that can be selected. President Trump can fire any of them whenever he wants. And so this is completely under their control with slush fund, and they've not committed, Nancy, to being completely transparent. The acting attorney general refused to say that they would disclose the names of all the people who received these taxpayer funds. So let's be clear. This is a corrupt deal. And in the process, the president, of course, got a complete get out of jail free card with respect to any taxes that he has due and owing. Another corrupt part of this deal.
I want to ask you about a case that you've been heavily involved in, and there was a big development this week. A judge threw out the federal human smuggling charges against Omar Abrego Garcia of your home state, Maryland. You visited him in El Salvador after he was wrongfully deported to that country, placed in the Supermax prison
election. And so this case is not about Gilmore Abrego Garcia alone. This is really about the rights of each and every one of us, threatening the rights of all of us.
We've got about a minute left, but I want to ask you about this election autopsy that was finally released by the Democratic National Committee this week. Do you feel like you got any answers from that autopsy on why the Democrats lost in 2024? And do you believe that the head of the DNC should resign over this?
Well, Nancy, this is a very shoddy piece of work. It's an incomplete piece of work, and I can understand why Ken Martin was reluctant to release it earlier. But as he has said, he owns this problem. He should have just ripped the Band-Aid off earlier and put it out.
I'm offering to buy your pancake and host you. Thank you, Sam. It's very generous of you. If my situation is different, I will take you up on it. I will take the interest in the loss. Thanks again. Staying focused and centered here is important from at the moment.
We should not just go back to the pre.
I know what this says.
What I've said from the beginning, it was a.
It takes 90 seconds for this NASA-engineered AC cool down your room. It's smaller than a toaster.
You're the American people
that we.
Go on mute, friends. We'll talk about it after he's done with his
That's a good guy.
Understand their financial and economic pain and their daily struggles, and that we're going to do something about it. We're going to fight for them, and we're going to fight against the special interests, very powerful special interests who try to stack the deck against them.
Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, any comments? Now you can comment, Jay Fresh.
I mean, she won. Elon Musk, he did it, you know. I mean, his ex-girl, what it is, you know. It was like last week when she admitted, like, they know how to, like, change the system, which is not nothing, you know. But everything is happening is for a reason, you know. There's a reason why they want that exalted.
We don't know.
Okay, can I speak?
Okay.
Me understanding how America works, you know. America controls the world, and then they're afraid of losing that power, but it is start losing from the beginning, from the dollarization, you know. Right now, I'm from South Sudan. I mean, over there we use dollar. We don't even care about country money. America controls two oil companies, which is Iran. When Iran stopped that, so dollar might drop. You might not have no value, but Donald Trump is just fucking up everything. He thought he was going to go to the plan that the way it's ran. It just backfired because people are just giving up in America. And then we understand this 8 billion people, we can have more people. Sometimes it's evil. People have to die just for other people to eat kind of stuff, you know?
I don't think we gave up in America, Jay Fresh. We might be mad with the situation we're in, but I don't think Americans have given up.
I don't think you have to die.
I can't even shampoo my hair in peace. Was that on the clip?
Well, I mean, we're not on the clip.
TT, I'm sorry, what you say?
That was not on the clip. I did the same thing.
Because I was sitting here and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm going to stop shampooing my hair right now. And I'm going to get out and I'm going to ask this question.
Autopsy. So I thought Jim First was Jim First
Right.
to talk about those. And then he went to Ashley Slate, validated comments about his daddy.
Hey everyone, today I want to talk about this. Hey everyone, check this out. This book on John Locke is crucial. It
They want us to keep up. They want like a machine gun.
He talked about his visit with
Don't worry about it. Oh, really? You're septillion years.
Non-binary.
Everybody's in each other's faces. Everybody gets arrested. I said, ultimately, who is this good for? Because Chuck the Builder himself, his life is over.
Political.
Well, the adolescent who flees in relation.
And he talked about
Pride. If being wrong, we're trying to be.
Yeah.
So why don't these Democrats like panning the report anyway? They're saying like it's
not worth it, or it doesn't say anything useful.
Well, do you know what the argument is? What are they saying?
Well, AOC said it doesn't say anything useful, basically. So
okay. Well, it was a breakdown on what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, I listened. Did you want feedback on the Meet the Press clip you just played?
No, that wasn't Meet the Press. That was actually Face the Nation. But yes,
oh,
that's what we were trying to do. So when we do, you should know this. You've been recording rooms long enough. When we do the news, we do, or you probably come out because of copyright infringement. But when we do the news piece, what happens is we do breaks so we can talk about the news or the piece. Because everybody on here has ADHD. And you play something too long, they fall asleep or they run away. You don't want to hear the entire news clip. So we're playing it piece by piece so we can break it down if there's any updates. And I just brought up what he spoke about.
Hey, Dad, happy Memorial Day. Yes, I am fine. Farron called me and text messaged me, and he said, hey, you want to fly out to Seattle and go to the river, and we will host you, we will pay for you. So that was a very nice offer of them, but I told them my message, you can always send me a voice note message. Hope you're well, have a great day. And tell Patty I said hello. Take care, bye.
Just for clarification, you're talking about the monies from the IRS or something else? Sorry.
There's no monies from the IRS.
Okay, then we're talking about the other things. Sorry.
Listen.
The definition of a slush fund is that it's used for illicit purposes.
So we don't know if it's going to be used for illicit purposes because it hasn't been used yet.
You can't call it a slush fund.
Right, but the reason why they're quote unquote calling it a slush fund is because of how the money has moved from the DOJ into a private account, into another account where there is no true oversight.
Yeah, there's a lot of monkeys that have not posted.
So they're doing that purposely to make it look like it's criminal, but it isn't.
Correct. Yeah, there's no evidence of any criminal activities.
With all due respect, I just said that. Okay.
Patty, the equivalency is just fiduciary and then escrow. The lawyers do this type of bullshit, and the problem really is that we have a legal industrial complex, and really the thing is this money is just going to transfer to the lawyers that are representing J6ers and other people that the Trump administration is aware of, that feels that they have been slighted by the legal judicial system. If you are a strong Democrat and you are a proud liberal, well, lawfare and the legal industrial complex is actually to your favor, because most judges tend to be very liberal and Democrat. The bigger problem.
Yo, I mean, killing is killing. They ignorant, disrespect it. But it's not about the judges. But it just, America's losing power. America's losing power. Back in the 90s, yes, they're strong, but it's just when you're losing power, this breaks. You have a lot of things that's going against you with how the world is spinning. The world is changing. You don't accept it. Do you think that's on topic? That's not on topic, but it get back to the same topic, the same thing all over again. It's gonna get
who's doing worse, America or Europe? I would venture to guess Europe.
Well, the whole world.
All right, so now we're going down a rabbit hole. Let's come back. David, you were saying it's not a slush fund. We got down in a rabbit hole. You guys told me that that's illegal. But I'm just going by what's being reported, and that's what they've been calling it. So when somebody says it's not, I got it. I understand you saying they're doing it purposely. Okay, but what else did you want to say about it, David?
I returned the balance my time.
Okay.
David, that was the settlement from Trump's IRS resulted in the slush fund. It sounded like you thought you were talking about different things, but I think you guys were talking about the same.
No. So the settlement from
Do that money have value in it? You could just print it all day.
Let's just take a break for a second.
the settlement from the IRS, Sydney, was they could not investigate him for his past when it comes to his tax filings. That was the settlement. Now, this DOJ thing, which already existed, where there was funding appropriated from Congress in case there was like someone sued the government because of
already exhausted your limits. Please, for the last time.
When you're on this app, talk to me.
Yeah, you're gonna get dropped, J Fresh. You can listen to Indigo and then you can put in the chat and then we'll bring you up as needed.
There's a lot of rooms. I have to go speak to other people.
Okay,
please.
Well, have a good day.
That would be great.
That's fine.
Go to the
I
other
appreciate
side and speak to them. I think they want to see you.
Goodbye.
Patty, you have open invitation on your phone. You don't have the invitations locked down. I think anybody could come up.
Oh, yeah.
We're okay. We know. We got it. Hey, Patty, is this your first room?
I think so.
Oh, I'm going to say it's
So, can I mention something about that? What was mentioned in the Face the Nation?
Okay, 45 seconds. Don't go too far, John.
Okay, so Trump, had a presser a day and a half ago. El Normo and I were actually there at the White House because we launched the Jewish News Network. And we were there to witness Trump talk about the future peace negotiation with Iran. And all I got to say is I'm very optimistic about the future. And I unfortunately think a lot of elite liberal intellectual Democrats are very pessimistic and even nihilistic. And I think as Americans, we have to look towards wisdom and knowledge and trade as our future. That will always be our future of prosperity and abundance. I am complete. Thank you for letting me speak. And God bless you all this beautiful Memorial Day. I hope everybody here has the best Clubhouse day they've ever had in these 5 years of friction and conflict. But now, hopefully, we can have resolution Now that ban has officially been banned from the app.
He has not.
Oh my God. That was beautiful. That was the best speech I think I've ever made. Go to mayorkitover.com. Vote John Kitover, February 23rd, 2027. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com and MayorKitover.com and ChicagoMayorElection.com and ChicagoMayoral.com. Follow me on Instagram at John Kitover. Rebono Shalom. Go to MayorKitover.com right now and enjoy your day.
Monday, I hope everyone's doing well. Happy Memorial Day. God bless those that sacrificed their life. And for our freedom, I'm grateful for those wonderful people.
Like Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was one of those. Charlie Kirk is the Patriot of the Year. Charlie Kirk.
Speaking while I'm speaking, sir.
I was just bringing up Charlie Kirk.
You're being rude.
Well, that was rude when you guys demonized Charlie Kirk on the day of his assassination. That was rude, too.
Always be water, okay? And I don't need your oil in my water. So why don't you just go ahead and find yourself a new spot for today? Because I'm not doing it with you. I don't know why you're trying to get a rise out of people. We already had that discussion. I already said what I said, that I definitely told people not to do that. And here you are bringing this back up. This is when your inability to be able to communicate starts kicking in. I don't know if you have Asperger's or what. I'm not sure. But whatever disabilities you have.
That's ad hominem projection, baby. Ad hominem projection.
No, there's...
Let me go ahead and continue to play the clip because I don't think y'all can get to the first clip.
This morning, I appreciate it. And we'll be right back. We go now to a bipartisan pair of representatives. Josh Gottheimer is a Democrat from New Jersey, and Mike Lawler is a Republican from New York. Congressman, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Box of infinite space is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the scarlet is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon.
of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, master of infinite space, is the prince priest to be. They shall gather into their fold. They shall bring the glory into the hearts of men. For he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret.
You just redeemed yourself, Rush. You just redeemed yourself, Rush. That was all. That was worth it. That was worth it. Worth it. That was worth it.
Real talk though, happy Memorial Day. God bless you and your family. We're going to Shalom. Today's a beautiful day. And peace, love, and prosperity to all. Just gotta be optimistic. I'm very optimistic. Regardless of the TDS and everything going on, like why would it be against my country, you know? It's kind of good. But yeah, happy Memorial Day.
The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. soon. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men and fools. 12 come forth, children, under the stars, and take your fill. 13 above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Above the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of Nuit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The wicked love, the starry blue, are wide awake and not soon. My joy is to see your joy. The gemmed azure is the naked splendor of Nuit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The wicked glow, the starry blue, her mind awaketh not soon. My joy is to see your joy. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh one of these, in my unveiling before the children of men. My heart and my tongue. Seven, behold, it is revealed my eyes, the minister for God wept. The cubs is in the pool, not the pool in the worship then the clouds, and behold, my light shed over Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the known. The manifestation of new breed to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. My secret sense of my heart and my heart. Seven, it is revealed by I was the minister of God. Because he's in the pool, not the pool in the cats. Nine worship, then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall know the many and the known. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the side given on the saving the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, chorus, avenger. By the song I invoke my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the laminate sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear, by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet sent I fear. By the side I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue fear of the interlinear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music and the song that I made of old to invoke my cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice on the fire and the voice on the 611 are the voices. Abraham. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. and I invoke thee. My robe I invoke thee. In mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turn invoke thee. I get the ones of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine not the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a move to invoke thee. Strike! Strike the master core. Draw! Draw the sword. Draw! Giant and the conquering Lord. Horror! A big drop. By the song I invoke thee. In my heart is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy feet. By the song I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the sexy, the voices. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. Now my body I invoke thee. Allow me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Of white soul with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Purity and purity. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of birds, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Invoke thee. Strike, strike the master. The sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword that prevails. Let it strike. I not believe. By the sword I invoke. The voice of the fight. The voice of the six. 11 of the voice. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, bear the rose and cross of life and life. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or in rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, to thee, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign policy is just fiduciary and an escrow. You know, lawyers do this type of bullshit, and the problem really is that we have a legal industrial complex, and really the thing is, this money is just going to transfer to the lawyers that are representing J6ers and other people that the Trump administration is aware of, that feels that they have been slighted by the legal judicial system. If you are a strong Democrat and you are a proud liberal, well, you know, lawfare and the legal industrial complex is actually to your favor, because most judges tend to be very liberal and Democrat. The bigger problem.
So it's
Please don't scroll. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to be. Please don't.
my fear turned gold in your eyes.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So you have to look at that as the United States credit card.
I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet. Stop thinking, take the deepest breath of it all. Touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets made, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of your heart. Don't run from the faces.
This book on John Locke is crucial. It explains the ideas of life, liberty, and poverty in the Western This guy just showed how expensive different photos are going to be. These usually cost hundreds of dollars. He figured out how to make them himself with just sand and cement. First, he pours down a large pile of sand, then uses a custom tool to shape them perfectly. After that, he pours in a thick cement mixture and runs the tool back and forth to scrape away the in my hands, soft but stronger than you can ask a question like, okay, here's this whole in your eyes, and my old night broke. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the lonely days, stop thinking. Double silence like love. Fall, it becomes the deepest regret. Hold them all. Run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in a hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. From the feeling, one more second, you can't start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God. Since no one was Stay near if I break. Pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tell it all. Wisdom of God, I'm
Get your ass beat, man. Walk away. Just walk away, bro. Walk away. It's cool, bro. Walk away. I hope it's a girl. Could this be one of the oldest breads in the world? In the U.S., almost no one has seen it. That's because this method survives only in a few old bakeries in China. Every morning, the baker boils about 100 eggs. Then he mixes yeast, milk powder, and whole milk until smooth. Adds the eggs and heaps of flour and kneads. The dough starts sticky but becomes golden and elastic after repeated pressing. Next comes the secret. Stretching and folding the dough repeatedly until it forms a thin, nearly transparent membrane. The key to its softness. The dough is divided, rolled, and placed into buttered round muffins. Think it goes into the oven now? Not at all. It's steaming in fire, letting it rise one last time, just as people did centuries ago. The air fills with the scent of eggs and milk.
enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my troubles.
Hey everyone, today I'll talk about this book. Hey everyone, check this out. This book on John Locke is
Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Stay.
Culture I was on dating apps. Literally, it's like acid.
I shall know that you chose me.
I've been a long go for me.
Then out of infinite space is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all
My numbers are going down. Uh-oh.
they shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she the moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto you. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above the genders, yours the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of our deep. Don't start blue are mine, when kavna konsu. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of her need. The wind of the starry blue are right awake and the horns soon. My joy is to see your joy. The gemmed azure is the naked splendor of night. She bends in joy is to see your child. The manifestation of new year, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh warrior of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 60 deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by eyes, the minister for God dwelt. 8, the cubs is in the cool. Not the poo in the cups. 9, worship then the clouds, and behold, my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the known. The manifestation of new creed, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. My secret centers, my heart and my heart. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of God. Because he's in the room. Night worship, then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. As my servants, if you are secret, they shall know the many and the known. Mine is the head of the and mother, my father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke about me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save thee of the Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of mine I wear. By my robe I invoke by the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke By the song I invoke my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my head I evoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I evoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Say between, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. body. I invoke thee. About me, shiny diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, or flowing air, or of rushing fire. Every spell and scourge of God, the vast one my beats. Mine is the head of the hawk, I bear the rose and cross of life and I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, abracadabra. Hearing the sign at each abracadabra, remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be Abracadabra.
stronger than I knew. Fear turned gold in your eyes, and my own neck broken too. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, hold me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tender night, I breathe in your holy cold and the storm in my head. Lays down like a pond. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's all. Wisdom of God, now yours. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, 9, 9. Stay. Stop thinking and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that oxen of infinite space, is the Prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of man. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendid serpent. 19, oh azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto thee. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the Prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my Tonight above you and in you, my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Floating above the Gentiles, yours the naked splendor of the wave. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret undertone. The wind of the starry blue are mine, awake of not consumed. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men. 12 comfortable children under the stars and take your fill of love. 13 above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of Hades. The wicked love, the starry blue, are is to see your child.
my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed my eyes, the minister of war upon craft. 8, the cause is in the cool. Not the fool in the cups. 9 was then the cups, and behold, my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the known. A manifestation of new breed through the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite, and is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. In our needs, my secret center, my office, my thought. 7, behold, it is revealed why I was the minister of Fort Patras. 8, the house is in the poo, not the poo in the cats. 9, worship, then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the known. Mine is the hand of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my hand I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save in need of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of light.
my sword of revenge. Strike my king. By the sword I voice for the 5 and the voice for the 6, 11 of voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks by my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By your brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, savity of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke it. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke it. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon, by the sign I invoke it. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vision of the intimate by my crown I invoke it. My fingers travel on the beats of her, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I get the ones of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be my nervous dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Giant and conquering Lord. Horus, Avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 of the voices. Abraham. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart.
By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Spirit be, oh thee, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, flashing a light that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of a puppet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue vigilante intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel at the beats of birth, for run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that trouble power in the voice of the master. Abraham, Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine on it are two waves of music in the sun that I made up for to invoke thee. Strike the master sword, draw the flaming sword, try the conquering Lord, Lord, Amen, God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, and not be thee, by the sword I invoke. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 of the voices. Mine is the head of the man. My insight is keen as the ox. By my head I.
Well, I mean, he wasn't wrong about the facts. It's just that he thinks that his words are going to change your mind.
Well, again, I think that we didn't have a place to debate, right? Because he's a religious letter. For him, this is more religious belief. Yeah.
I'll leave you guys for just a little bit. You guys get yourselves in trouble. What are you doing?
Are you taking it up to your kids?
I'm trying to find women I'm attracted to. But they're the only ones I'm seeing are taken.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness. I know thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse of the sign, giving of none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the name in mine is the garment of righteousness.
Love me.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, or flowing air, or of raging fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham! And yes, I bear the rose and cross of life and love. The sign, the invocation.
turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in a hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Backs of infinite space. Is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. which I have given unto him. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 of the genders, yours the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of our deep wind. Glow the starry blue are mine, when Kavna Konsu. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The wicked love, the starry blue, are mine, awake of my horns soon. My joy
the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh warrior of feet, in my unveiling before the children of men. 6 feet deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by eyes, the minister of God. 8, the clouds is in the cool. Not the poor in the clouds. 9 worship then the clouds, and behold, my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the the manifestation of new breed, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. My secret centers, my heart and my heart. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of God. Is in the tomb, not the who in the cats. 9 worship, then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall know the many and the low. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor angle reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of the evil Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of my soul, with gold the flashing of mine I wear. My robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so I am to be in the car of glory. By my fingers I invoke. One of double power, the voice of the Master. To the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, chorus, avenger. By the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. The clouds beshine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save thee, of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day.
Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shine and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy teeth. By the sword I go, voice of the fire and the voice of the six, 11 are the voices, abracadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the horns by my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, the savity of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon, by the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the adaptive man and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Say it be, oh thee, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. I'm a robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. I'm a crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that have the power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Yeah, mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made up for to invoke thee. Strike the master sword, draw the flaming sword, draw the giant conquering sword, against God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is that sword that prevails, let it strike, and not be deep, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 of the voices.
every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham! I bear the rose and cross of life and love. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be Mine is the head of the hawk, Abracadabra.
turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold me close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Let it go, you are the answer. I needed to know if I tremble. Stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tend not light, tend not let. I breathe in your holy calm. And the storm in my head lays down like a pond. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's home. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. Found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a thing I couldn't drop. To find a powerful world. You touched my shoulder and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. That the choice that's all infinite space.
Hey everyone, check this out. It's 25 Zen Essays by R.H. Blythe. Really interesting. This book on John...
And in To him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendid serpent. 19, O azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, master of infinite space, is the prince priest to be. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever sun, and she moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendrous serpent. 19 hours your living woman. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. She bends in ecstasy. to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The wind of the starry blue, our night awake nothing soon. My joy is to see your child.
The manifestation of new Eve, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh warrior of feet, in my unveiling before the children of men. 6 feet off deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by eyeless, the minister of our God dreamt. 8, the cubs is in the cool. Not the poor in the clouds. 9, worship then the clouds, and behold, my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret. They shall rule the many and the a manifestation of new light, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Nowadays, my secret centers, my heart and my thought. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of our God. 8, because he's in the pool, not the pool in the cats. 9, worship, then the camps, and behold my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the
fingers I invoke. Song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of flame that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet sent time pure. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue fear of the eternal. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the keys of hell, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Fire the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Hear and by the word I invoke thee. I know the dark waves of music and the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master.
sword of revenge and strike by the sword I took thee. Voice of the five, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks by my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke it. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke it. Mine is the sign of a prophets and typhons. By the sign I invoke it. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke it. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke it. I hear the front of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be my God of God, blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master sword, the flaming sword. child of my father and mother, my father is dead. My mother fooled me with silver and pain and fear. Now my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. one scourge of God, the vast one, my beat. Mine is the head of the
turn gold in your eyes, and my whole night broken too.
Even though they'd be willing to die, why you wouldn't assume that they're also
I was lost in the noise, and now I'm learning how to stay close to
Yeah, I mean, the
your
basic reason
quiet
is
light
like
in the middle
basic
of
fact
the
that human
day.
psychology
Stop
is human
thinking,
beings are
let it fall
motivated for self-preservation.
to the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't start believing. Wisdom of your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it flow. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Oh, second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's yours. Wisdom of I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs, and your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Dogs of infinite space is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my son of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. have given. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you, my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 of the gem gods rise, the naked splendor of the way. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of our teeth. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of New York. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of her knees. The winged of a starry blue, her mind awake doth not sue. My joy is to see your joy.
The manifestation of new years, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh wine of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 60 deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, the cubs is in the cool, not the cool in the cubs. 9, worship then the clouds, and behold, my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the the manifestation of new years, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. My secret sense of my heart has revealed. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of more upright. Because he's in the pool, not the pool in the cast. 9, worship, then the camps, and behold my light shed over you. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of God's sacred deed of the Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of my soul, with gold the passing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Intimate by my crown I invoke my fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so I am to be in the car of glory. By my fingers I invoke I am the one of double power, the voice of the masses. To Child and conquering Lord, glorious Avenger. By the song I invoke my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee.
Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy king. By the sword I hold thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks by my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoked it. Turban of white and gold, and mind the blue figure of the intimate by my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the ones of invoke thee. I hear the ones of double power. My nervous blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master core. Draw the flaming sword. Child and the conquering Lord. Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
Mine is the diamond of white and gold. My little figure at the infinity. I'm a crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel at the beats of birds, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I hold thee. For that the one that will power in the voice of the Master. Abraham. By the word I hold thee. Hear mine heart, the dark blue waves of music in the sun that I made of only with thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, roll, giant conquering Lord, amen, God, by the sword I hold thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, I not believe, by the sword I hold thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 of the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I know thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse with the sign, even of none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman, I know thee. Mine is the garment of white stone. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the
Feel free to send me a voice note.
Well, he's taking me out at 5 in the morning now because he's going to the gym now. The last 3 days we went out in the rain, and we're out shooting. He's getting up 200 shots and 100 makes, and he's not leaving until he does it. He's putting in the work. And he's exercising, buying all these with me at the gym. It's a tough take, but there is something, a derivative of that, where it was in Europe. There's my kid. I raised him to not be a pushover, but at the same time, he's not a like.
No, he goes out there and he bows gently and doffs his cap.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm trying to get him to. It's like it's not too late, but there's an advantage on that. Like we were working. He's like, "Yeah, I need you to push me like harder. Like, what do I need to do?" And I'm like, "All right." I was like, "Honestly, you want the real deal? You really want me to tell you?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "You're way too soft." He's like, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, "All right, go do a layup." All right, so he goes and does a layup, and I say, "Okay, I'm going to cover you lightly. I want to see what you do, right?" So he's trying to get around my outstretched arm to block him, and I'm like, "Bro, like, do you watch?" He's like, "Yeah, I got it. I'm like, "All right, so you do it." So he comes in, and he hits me with his shoulder, and he like goes up for the layup, and he got it in. And he like had a smile on his face. I'm like, "Yes, bro." I'm like, "Why are you playing nice with these kids out there?" Like, I'm not saying to hurt the kids in your team, but why are you trying to avoid contact? Like you can't stand how much Shea goes to the line. For this guy Shea on the Oklahoma, he goes to the line like 11 times a game. He draws fouls. He's a flopper. And I'm like, but part of it is because he goes in and creates contact, bro. You got to lead with your shoulders. Stop trying to avoid the contact and go in and like this is my basket and I score it. And if you're in my way, I'm going to knock you over. That's kind of the mindset, So.
Yeah, the lane is clear. When you decide to
talk about your right shoulder, if you're left-handed, needs to meet him on his right shoulder. He's reaching towards you. You're banging him off the block. You just that's what I'm talking about, bro. I'm like, you can't go to practice tomorrow and try to be avoiding people because you're taller than them and stuff. Like same thing on defense. You got to know they're coming at you. They're going to hit you like that. You got to brace for that or get out of the way. Like one of the two. Go for the steal. Do it something. But you just stand there. You're just like barbecue chicken, bro. They're just gonna knock you over.
The trick is to mesh like gears. You gotta like put the tooth in and you gotta roll around it. You gotta put your shoulder into their shoulder and then roll around those shoulders like they're a pair of gears.
Oh, you could, but yeah, you get one. Yeah, they start stepping on that. I'm like, bro, when I come at you full speed, are you gonna stand there? He's like, no. I'm like, exactly. Like, it's not just because I'm bigger than you. It's because you know what I'm gonna do.
Are you going to use AI like Ben does to help him get a 3-point shot that never misses?
Yeah, well, Dad has a really good 3-point shot. Dad has a really good 3-point shot, so he's just trying to do it. Keep doing it. Twice a day.
Hey everyone, check this book on John Locke.
Comparatively. They can't make up the time because it's like you're advancing like weeks in 1 week compared to what they're doing. Then a couple weeks go by, it's like you're a month better than you were. Just keep doing that. It feels like you're 2-3 years ahead at the end of the year when they see you again. Like same place next time. Like, damn, what happened to this kid? But you got to get out and do it. But the only thing with him is he hands because he really did.
What are you working out? Nothing. I'm at my place. What are you doing? Are you at like a gym? Where are you working out at? Where? Oh, okay. Yeah, Lifetime is nice. Do you go to Lifetime in Chicago? Well, you're barely really sweating yet. You gotta work out harder and break that sweat. Ooh.
promotion, of course, right? Because they'd be just as fixed as the fixed stars. So it turns out, after more careful analysis,
No, I'm saying that's basically. If you guys have fetishes for Jewish and Israeli women, just be honest.
Listen, okay, why wouldn't I just go straight for like parrots or ravens or something else with a big beak? It's not necessary.
What if they want to be big? Listen, there's no such thing as Israel. If you do a DNA test, nothing shows Israel. It'll show Ukraine, Romania, fucking Poland. That's why Israel is banned to do a DNA test. It is banned to do a DNA test.
He's such an idiot. Palestine is the place where unicorns come from, because it doesn't exist.
The worst part about living in Palestine is you have to live next door to Jews, for fuck's sake.
This video contains images that may disturb some viewers.
The video is violent and extreme. 8 men are dragged into the center of an intersection in Gaza City. We'll pause the video here, but they're then shot some several times.
Because of what? No, because of all the shit you guys put them. People who support them.
And the child pregnancy amongst Muslims is skyrocketing.
Yeah, adulterant including this.
In what world do you claim genocide? The population has gone up.
I'm on my back porch.
Look at Selena girl.
What he wants.
Fuck yeah.
I love that, man. Practice makes perfect.
If I did that, I would get like 20 cop cars pull up and then they'd take me to jail. And they'd take my guns away.
I told you he was gay.
No, I mean, but like you act like I don't know, like I've been there or not. Like, dude, I know that there's like Sunni, Shia, and Kurds, and like the difference between all the Middle East.
What about Orthodox, Hasidic, Zionism? What about those kind of stuff?
What about?
Oh, I love it, dude. I'm a Zionist. I mean, Ahura Mazda, the duality of God, from that was 1,500 years before Jesus was born.
You know what do your hadiths say about the Jews?
To respect their religion, but some hadith.
No, that's absolutely not true. Absolutely, like what fucking world do you live in?
Islam says that just
Listen, I have Muslim friends, I have Jewish friends, I have Christian friends.
No, but you're also stupid.
I'm not stupid. So
Have you ever read a hadith or the Quran?
I read every single book, the Torah, the Quran, and
No, you have not. You're a liar. Liar. If you say that the hadith say to respect Jews, go back to sucking his cock. Just be quiet.
Listen, man. Tell your father to stick his tongue deep down your asshole.
You know what's cool? You guys can look this up. I'm half Corsican. You can look up Corsica. So I think like 15% of their population is Muslim, because you have this problem with them there. But for years and years and years, they did not have a mosque on the island. Because every time they try to build it, you can look this up, Corsica Muslims, and it'll probably give you a shit ton of stories. And then they burn it down during construction, or they had a prayer room, and whatever, they were bitching too much about not having a mosque. They would like throw a chopped off pig heads into the prayer room. And
what the fuck are you saying, bro? That's 100% wrong. I have friends.
I think that's fucking amazing. I think it's fucking amazing. You can look it up. And then what they also do is there was a couple imams that they were complaining about, and that were saying, we want a mosque, and then they'd end up murdering them. And you know what their biggest problem is, though, is that in Corsica they have a nationalist separatist movement, and it's a very well-armed, very criminal island, and they just did not tolerate them. And it's almost like they had apartheid in Corsica, which is pretty fucking cool if you ask me. Really cool.
All for change your picture, man.
I report your ass. I'm gonna hack your account.
Yeah.
What?
If you look at the Corsica, it is literally a chopped off Moor's head. It's literally a chopped off Moor's head. I'm dead serious. Look at it.
Okay. Anyways, I followed many people here on this club, and every day I see them here on the same rooms, saying the same things, spreading hatred against Islam.
Listen, when everyone's in their casket,
Brother, it's not you. I am leading a crusade against. Have you ever thought about having Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
I believe in Jesus Christ.
Okay, but do you believe he's God? Well, you don't believe he's God. Unfortunately, that's got it.
Yes, but I believe in him. But I don't believe he's God. I believe
Jesus is God. And like for you to say he's not God, that means that your Quran contradicts itself.
No, Quran says
your Quran is contradicting itself. Because either the Bible is true or it's not true.
Well, it is not
it's
what
true,
the
but
Quran says.
it's true, but
some
we're modifying. Some
by whom and by when?
Anyways, I'm not talking about
by whom and when.
Religions.
Well, you're just making up a falsity. That's a false narrative.
Thank you.
Yeah, you just saying that it got changed. You won't tell me what verses when.
Let me talk to Pepe, please. Let me talk to Pepe. Okay, thank you so much. So now
he thinks
everyone down.
Hold on, let him talk.
Yes, now you're letting everyone down that you get paid to do this every day because it is impossible for anyone to waste his time every day insulting another religion on Clubhouse.
Oh, yeah, you're the one who said I'm a Mossad agent. I forgot. Dude,
yes,
I'm pretty pissed off because you're blowing my fucking cover. I have to sit around, okay, talking to these.
Not only you, many other people like Glow, Ocean, all the moderators. Glow, Ocean, Masha. All these people are Mossad agents. I doubt. I don't know. I don't doubt. I don't have it. I don't have it. I don't have time. You know our problems with Zionism. I don't have time to be on Clubhouse every day insulting Zionists.
You didn't mention Zoyan from المخابرات الإسرائيلية.
Okay, no problem. I'm talking about Pepe because I notice him every day on this Clubhouse insulting Islam. This is not normal.
Well, what can I say? The country I work for has a lot of bucks to throw at people like me. That's all it is.
No, you have to be a good person. You don't have to be different, okay? Just as Jesus Christ said. Jesus Christ said, you love your enemies, right?
Who says that we shouldn't
Jesus
insult
Christ.
beliefs?
If you're a good Christian,
If they are stupid,
Jesus Christ said, that Allah as Muslims said, love your enemies.
No.
Okay, Jesus Christ said this. So if you're a good Christian, you don't have to insult.
No, the Messiah kills their fucking enemies. I can promise you that much.
Muhammad, there are two different things. If we are talking about people or beliefs, okay, I certainly will not respect beliefs. There are many stupid beliefs in the world, and I'm not going to respect them. Just a second, let me finish.
He always says Muslims. He always speaks about
Muhammad, shut the fuck up, asshole. Mute yourself. Mute yourself right now. Muhammad, mute yourself.
You mute yourself.
Mute yourself. No, I'm telling you to mute yourself. Okay, fine. If you're not going to mute yourself.
يا خنزير ابن خنزير.
You don't want to fucking listen? Okay. Go ahead, Masa.
I don't know why people think that we should respect their beliefs and their religions. No. Beliefs are not to be respected. Okay? We can disagree with your belief. We can hate your belief. We can disrespect your belief if it's stupid to us. Okay? That's people who should be respected as individuals, as long as they're respecting the others. That's it. We're not supposed to respect your beliefs. We're not supposed to respect your religion. Okay? So I don't understand why you keep coming and crying like you don't respect our religion. You disrespect our beliefs. We are not supposed to do that. That's it.
Okay, so Pepe, would you respect the belief that would say about the Christians, fight those who do not believe in Allah among the people of the book? The people of the book is you, Christians, until they pay the jizya, which is like a tax. Would you respect them if they say, kill them wherever you encounter them?
No, in fact, I just don't want them I mean, I personally just wouldn't play that game. I just
Okay, so fuck them.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna be, I mean, it's hard to talk to Muslims mainly because I know that such a good chunk of them do not say to us what they actually think and what they're actually and what they're willing to accept from other Muslims in regards to how they would treat us or look at us. So I just personally just think they're people that are best avoided. Like they should just remain in the Middle East where they are and not be in the West like at all, except for very small numbers. That's always been my view. So, you know, I don't hate them or anything, and I can really care less what their religion says. I'm not a religious person, but the problematic part is that they not only is their religion like inherently intolerant, but it's a religion of conquest where they have to try to subjugate and take over other people. And you know what Islam? What is the whole? Essentially, what is Islam? It's submission to God. They expect you to submit, and you know that's
wrong. It's a submission to Muhammad and God. There's a difference there. It's not submission to God. It is submission to Muhammad, the messenger. Hello?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sorry. You're not going to have me, like, and I do get, like, this snotty pretentiousness about me, I guess you can say, where it's like, you guys want me to submit to this Harry to hurt them or God damn it. Your mic, dude.
I'm really just like I think out.
Your mic's not a car.
Like, you know, it's 9 o'clock.
Yeah, let's relax on the gun there.
But yeah, I mean the reality is though is that I'm not somebody who number one, I don't get offended if somebody has different beliefs. I mean, I think if Christians and Jews are even honest with each other, they find each other's religions somewhat offensive to each other. But they're not really, they don't really, I think there's like a maturity or an understanding there where it's like, okay, we have these differences of beliefs and we kind of have to live with each other, so we just won't go there. But you don't really have this, you don't see like either group really wanting to hurt the other or force them.
Like you don't want to force conversions and you don't want to be killed because of your beliefs. It's really simple.
Yeah, and unfortunately that's kind of where Islam is, and I don't know. You can call it like Islamophobic because I am calling it out. I don't care about labels. I mean, you can call me Islamophobic all you want.
Pepe, what would you do if like they would live like amongst you in America, but like in such a huge amount of them that they would like teach the children to bind like bombs onto their bodies, go into groups of Christians and blow themselves up? How would you like that?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to. This may sound cold, but there does. If you have to live with a population like that, it's going to likely turn into what would become a civil war and probably a genocide, where they will, I don't mean accidentally, but deliberately just kill families and just, basically eradicate them.
That's not a genocide. If it's a war and it's not deliberately and you're acting out of self-defense, it's not a genocide. Genocide has to meet a certain criteria, and it's quite a few to be labeled that.
Well, I guess, how do I rephrase this? I think, like, especially in, like, 100 years ago, let's say you had a European population, and they had, like, let's say close to 50% of the population was Muslim, and they were committing terrorist attacks, like, with children, and when I use the term genocide, I mean, they would want it so that every Muslim, despite their role, they'd probably kill them. I mean, just realistically, and in a way, it's like, how else do you stop it from reoccurring? Is you a lot of people, they hear the term genocide and they think, oh my God, that's so horrible. But genocides have happened many times. And like the Assassins, where the assassin, the term comes from.
Commercial,
they were
nighttime,
very violent, brutal people that
variety shows. Such as
they really weaponized assassination.
My act didn't have anything in it that I really had.
Who was it
Taylor
that ended up
Chang.
killing him? They
It would
basically
have been
said,
more
okay, well, you know what, just
than words.
kill
I didn't use
every
any
man, woman, and child.
objectionable language so much.
That was that. They
I'll give you an example
were
of
off the face of this
two
planet.
two jokes in the course
That
of the
problem never occurred again.
One of them was about Muhammad Ali. He was the world champion.
It may be like
he was a
anti-Christian to
great
do,
heavyweight,
but
as you all know.
if you're being 100% logical, sometimes
He refused to go
I'm not
in the
advocating for
draft.
this.
He was a
But think
conscientious
about
objector.
like in the past, in tribal regions,
And as a result,
sometimes
they
genocide
denied
is
him his
literally the
heavyweight
only
title.
way
They took
you
away
can
his heavyweight
persist
title. He couldn't fight.
and no longer have to deal with an attack from
So
the
I had
outside.
two jokes in this monologue. One of them was about George Wallace, the
Let's
racist
talk about
governor of
ICE.
Alabama, who was
So how are
running
they
for president.
doing? Are they like?
And he had a thing he used to like to say. He would make fun of liberals in the North, calling them pointy-headed intellectuals. He would call that was his code word for the Jewish establishment in the Northeast intellectual Washington, New York corridor. The liberal
No, just the numbers weren't.
That was his shorthand for that.
I mean, compared to Biden's, the numbers were
And I had two jokes.
higher because they were just letting a bunch of people in.
George Wallace keeps talking about pointy-headed
He's just not
intellectuals.
supporting it.
Have you ever seen the sheets they wear down there?
Not many people
So that was
care
my
to
joke.
look even Obama.
Pointy-headed sheets so we can push land. Another joke.
Yeah, but I think his people that he's going after is way more strategic.
Muhammad Ali's
You
job.
know, he's going after child traffickers, like people that, like, you know, all the worst of the worst.
He killed people.
And yeah, he's catching other people in between, but like,
Well, I'm not gonna kill them.
dude, like
So they said,
we've
all right,
been
if you're not gonna kill
saving
them,
kids
we're not
for the
gonna let
last
you beat
2
people up.
years. Like
And that's a really
nobody's ever
smart
heard.
joke.
Like
The other one is
I think it was last week, 37
And
kids
after
just
dress
got
rehearsal,
found.
the producer Bob Precht came to me. He was the son-in-law.
Like
of Ed Sullivan.
37
He
kids
said,
that
all
were
right,
being
we need
trafficked.
one of those jokes you can keep. The other one has to go.
Yeah.
I said, well,
Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
but when they
I
use
said, well,
child
you can have one
trafficking,
of
though,
those two
people's
jokes. Which one
mind
would you like?
automatically goes to
In other words, it was the sheer
sex
volume
trafficking. A lot of,
that disturbed
I mean,
me.
how many of these kids are going to
Yeah, one
actual
of them was about
family member or being sent by family in Mexico to live with other family members that are already here?
bias and bigotry in the South.
It was 37 kids in a
So I
brothel.
chose the Muhammad Ali joke to stay in because
No,
that
no,
was a
no, no.
smarter joke.
Well, I mean, I feel like you can look it up and you'll be able to see it.
You know,
It
they found this
within the last 2
only one
weeks.
joke that bothers people per bit or something. I don't know. Strange.
Yeah, in other words,
This-
say
that-
that.
I mean, I get the bracelets that they all wear. I know which way they're going based on the bracelets. Because they're not going to wear different color bracelets that they'll tell the coyote people that they, you know, where they're ultimately going to end up.
But in Mexico, they still use their bracelets in order to show them. So under Obama, even though they were turning themselves into war, which obviously is the best thing to do. There's passports and like driver's licenses and different ID cards that they would just like, you know, dump right before they cross the border.
Pepe, what do you think?
Right before they cross the border.
Pepe, what do you think about Trump making that executive order that, like,
When they did that the first time, I remember there was a shitload of people down here just south of the border here in TJ, and they were not being bad people, but the problem was they were just they were stuck. So they would literally get tents, or they would have like tents. I want to say like tent farms, I guess, where they'd fill baseball fields full of tents, and everybody would stay there, and then they kicked the people out of the field, and they made a new one or something like that. Yeah,
you gotta fucking stop. You gotta stop.
When God wants to
kind of
make
a
you
nuisance,
successful,
but
He does.
That's a new problem. Yeah, where I come from, we call that a personal problem.
Well, no, I'm just explaining to you what it was like when they did that the first time, because nobody ever gets to see
What's
it.
first time, dude? It's been happening throughout history, bro.
Well, nobody ever gets to see it if you're on the U.S. side, because you don't, you're not down here, so you don't
I
see
can
it.
read it in the book.
Well, you can, but it's a little different.
Well, I mean, when you've been there, done that, and got the T-shirts, do you think I care?
Oh, I know you don't care. It's okay. It's just from somebody that's down here, from somebody's perspective that's down here, that's like I'm not used to this shit, but I got to see it in front. Yeah, it was a little distracting.
Yeah, but you got the people in Tijuana, the way you said, TJ. I know what you meant. Like, you got people in Tijuana living in tent cities around your, like, outskirts, whatnot, or in baseball fields, as you said. Like, but, like, the reality is, like, why when you come from Guatemala, would you not ask for refugee in Mexico? Why are you coming to America? Why are you passing a whole country to get to our country? Like, if you were really in, like, a hurtful place, you would go to the first country that wasn't yours and ask for asylum. Why are you moving across multiple countries to come to get to ours?
Well, the reason why they bypass Mexico is because Mexico pays, $20 a day, as opposed to in America it's $20 an hour now. So, or $15 to $20 an hour instead of per day. So that's the reason why
the cost of living is different. Like,
yeah, I mean they don't have nearly as many jobs available for them, and of course, yes, the pay is a lot less, and it's also one thing you have to understand is Mexico somewhat tolerates people getting funneled through their country, but they're actually pretty strict on illegal immigration. They're notorious for hypercritically saying, "Oh, why don't you guys take more people in?" Saying that to America, but like even like their last socialist president AMLO, he was 100% against Central American immigration. They expel and deport Americans all the time for overstaying visas. Like with Americans, it's often because they are increasing the prices of rental properties and that kind of stuff, and it pisses everybody off, and so they end up getting deported. But no, it's not really a good place for them.
The American influence down here is fucking crazy. The prices up here or down here, holy shit. They've pretty much tripled, I guess, in the last, I would say, 10 years.
Okay.
So it costs you $1 for a taco?
I hate to change your topics, moderators, but great news. BLM Executive Director Tashiela Sharia Morey Dickerson has been charged with embezzling $3.15 million to buy 6 properties, a luxury car, shopping sprees, and $50,000 in Uber Eats. This fat pig has been arrested.
Yay! Fuck California. Wow. women accountable? Yeah, of course.
Well, she did it all for, George Floyd, right?
She did it for the gram.
Yeah, for sure. Was it the gram or the ounce?
I mean, we're living in Memorial Day. We're talking about like
Dickerson, Sherry Amore Dickerson.
I mean, Pepe was talking about the Sunnis and the Shias when I first showed up, and like, are you an American? Do you believe in the red, white, and blue, or are you just a bitch about it?
What's happening, Joe? How are you? I'm doing great. I didn't know I came up on stage.
Great answer.
I was getting a cigar and I was listening to you guys. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Hope you are too. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Just, I think we're winding things down, but what I want to do is I want to invite.
Who is that fucking BLM scam?
Like Sunnis and Shias and Kurds, all of them.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Oh, what happened? Oh. Take it easy, my dad. Take it easy, my darling.
I always love it when they say lick 'em. Lick 'em. Lick 'em. Oh, okay. Whatever, dude.
What's lick 'em?
It's like, I don't know what it means in Arabic, but
My Arabic is شوي شوي صار مجنون.
We don't speak Arabic.
Well, like again, like shway means so and so, and Majnun means crazy as fuck. Like, you know, like Salamu Alaikum, like Shakum Maku is me Ibrahim. Yeah, I'm a dumbass redneck from Georgia, but yeah, I speak like 11 languages.
Ooh, nigga came in. Come on, dude.
Speak better Arabic than me.
Oh, then.
Come up to the stage, dude. Let's see what you got, buddy.
Dude, I love hearing ignorant people on their fucking cocksucker.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
You sure have.
Pick up all these different languages.
I bang a lot of hookers and drink a lot of beer
Sure.
and take a taxi cab to the airport.
That doesn't sound like you get a lot of practice.
Maybe to make
Well,
a
I mean, if
sister
I can get a
allow.
hooker, a beer, and a taxi cab ride to the airport, I win. I learned that language.
For sure.
Ophir, that's a beautiful picture. The guy looks like a Alhamdulillah, and he's a Zionist.
This is Arabic left.
Oh, poor guy.
Terrible.
Got his feelings hurt.
My condolences.
My question is, why is he riding his girlfriend?
They're messages, and they like to dominate their prey.
Because he's got nothing else better to do.
I just want to dedicate a little song to a fake place called Palestine. Never existed, never will exist, and will always just be a part of a figment of your imagination. Faustine! Amchai Yisrael! Israel. Now, I'm sorry if you think you're from Palestine, or I'm sorry if you call yourself a Palestiner. Unfortunately, it's going to be developed into luxury real estate. Casinos, parking lots, malls, airports, beaches.
Dude, and the canal that will go from the Persian Gulf all the way to the Mediterranean, right through Gaza from Israel.
Well, there's a lot of talk that when Donald Trump retires from the presidency, that he will be appointed king of the new Gaza.
Well, he joked that he was going to be prime minister of something, right? Another country.
Yeah, he says he could win the election in Israel right now.
Dude, I want him when he's being president. I want him to go down to Cuba and run that bitch.
Well, he said he could be elected in Venezuela. Venezuela.
Oh, Venezuela. Our great partners down there.
Venezuelans would vote for him hands over fist.
Isn't it amazing that one motherfucker, Maduro, that one motherfucker can hold up prosperity, abundance for everybody because he's a goddamn communist, socialist, fascist? Isn't that amazing that just a very small minority, an individual, can cause so many problems?
Bro, and his brother was worse.
Maduro.
Like all those regimes that were in Venezuela, like they went from brother to brother. Like,
no, it wasn't. We went from Hugo Chavez to
his brother. It went from Chavez to his brother and then Maduro. You're right. I apologize.
And it never went. No, Nicolas Maduro ended up preceding him. He was appointed as the successor of Hugo Chavez right away. I think you might be thinking like Cuba or some shit. I don't know.
I might be a little bit high. I've been rolling a couple blunts today. I'm sorry.
I just want to dedicate a little song to a fake place called Palestine. Never existed, never will exist, and will always just be a part of a figment of your imagination.
I'd slap you with my penis in the forehead and mushroom stamp you.
Well, it's not my picture, by the way. It's someone else. Can I leave it?
والله العظيم هذا
If you're not.
ثورتي أنا فلسطيني من فلسطين.
Inshallah.
You already know what happened.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. Wa alaikum Afwan Habibi. Lamak Habibi.
Pronounce the name of my home country.
You keep rewriting history to make your own fucking shit and call us Dina, and y'all can take that one and shove it at your fucking forebrain.
You know what? Today is the death of the 5-year anniversary of the death of George Floyd.
Who was that? Was that the criminal guy that was passing off counterfeit bills? It was turned into an ideological propaganda operation, a psyop against the American people on behalf of the CIA and Barack Hussein Obama.
If he got arrested today, that would symbolize something, right? Corruption.
Oh, Jasmine Crockett? I would love for that dumb bitch to get arrested.
Yeah, same with Ilhan Omar. When are we going to get that arrest? Because they said that they were going to bring an indictment against her for immigration fraud.
And her brother.
By the way, she did say that she didn't
marry her brother, which I,
Hello?
Her husband is
Hello?
That's not
Hello?
Please tell me a piece of shit, man. Look what he said. Is your brother her husband? What the fuck, man? How do you say? Are you on drugs?
Yes, actually.
Are you on a visa to be able to be a
fucking
congressman?
guy, retarded, man. He's American, that's why he's retarded. He's American, man.
Well, you sound like you're a Somali trying to pretend you're Somali.
That's right, I'm living. Whatever I say,
He's not a Somali. He claims
it's
he's
okay,
Palestinian.
bro.
Yeah, Elon Omar is not married.
Forgive this guy.
You come from a country that doesn't exist. What are you talking about?
How much you bet if that's true? How much you bet? You bet.
But everything
How much you bet? You're not your man. Just, I'm gonna see you, man.
I'm answering your question. The answer is the fact that everybody says that she married her brother. How many times did she?
How much you bet?
Can I answer your question without you interrupting?
I don't deal with the retarded.
Are you gonna interrupt?
you don't deal with yourself, then.
I don't deal with the retarded.
I was telling you the answer.
I don't deal with the retarded.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, you're retarded.
Sorry, jackass.
The reality is, if it's defamation or slander by either writing it down or saying that she married her brother, why has she not brought a civil suit against anybody that ever brought it up?
I don't think he understands what you're saying.
But
You
she
would have to prove it.
You have to tell him they're at third grade level, guys. He's not going to understand what you just said.
One of the reasons she wouldn't bring suit is
You should have. That's it. If that's true,
depositions, you can ask her anything.
but you have proof, yes or no?
Yes, we have plenty of proof.
Well, the problem with that, whenever you sue somebody, you get this.
Public, I would sue you.
All right, amazing. But when you sue somebody, you get discovery. So they will.
You have to
release
They
all
will
of this
depose you.
personal shit.
They
She
will
would never.
depose you. And you have to answer the question.
Whatever Zan say, I'm
No, they won't go through.
You know, the greatest, the knowledge of the impending attack, so they could have wiped them all out and then prepared for a massive invasion to wipe out the remaining enemy forces in the
Oh my God.
Becky, look at her butt. She looks like one of those rap guys' girlfriends. Baby got back. LA face for the Oakland booty.
Scatteropagia. I still remember from the nice constructive rooms I would have basically about black people for like a couple years straight on this app. Scatteropagia. It's where the fat accumulation on the buttocks that is seen in women of West African, Central African descent.
Is that called the
I
ledge?
actually think there might be an evolutionary reason why
It's a ledge. It's a
appreciate
ledge.
a nice big bum, and because all of their women had it. That must have been like
She married her brother.
You know, if strong selection or well, it wouldn't be strong selection, but if like natural selection had a role in it, it could be that they like the big woman, so they procreate with them, and that's why they have a lot of big butts.
Pepe, do you believe in the theory of evolution?
Yeah.
So the question about evolution always comes down to genetic mutation. Like there can be no evolution without genetic mutation. Natural selection alone can't create new species. So how do you explain R-word genetic mutations creating non-R word, genetic mutation? How do you get around the genetic mutation with regards to the progression, of speciation?
I don't I don't know. So genetic drift has more to do with the genes changing. At least that's from what I've been told. So, it's interesting. So if you look at, like, a lot of people can't tell them apart, but like bonobos and chimpanzees, which they are 99.6% genetically similar. But I mean, they literally differ by millions of years in evolution. If you look at chimpanzees and humans, I believe it's right at around 99%. Like we're also tens of millions of years away from them. But if you look at all of the archaic hominids that have been dug up, you see like a progression of human-like, like archaic hominids that were gradually became more anatomically modern, like to us today. I mean, I don't know. I think it's like, I think with modern DNA,
16, 32, 64, 128, 256.
Okay, we get the progression.
Like, yeah, but we don't have. We still have one-celled organisms, and we have us as multi-celled organisms. But you're saying we came from one-celled organisms, but there are no two-cell or three,
no idea.
like four cells or
I don't want to go.
cells.
Yeah, but I don't want to go back that far.
But there's no evidence of any of it. But you have a presupposition that there's some version of evolution.
No, there is evidence. There's a preponderance of evidence.
Show me a two-celled organism.
Jesus Christ, shut your fucking mouth. God.
Hey, hold on. What's up? I woke up. There's fuckers going to here about this room. Come to this fucking conversation already.
Who?
But the people that were heated, but just,
Who?
left.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Fucking missed it all, huh?
Well, we literally beat the shit out of them. So, and then they just happen to leave. So, Father, this is a room of the victors. Yes, we're taking our victory lap and whatever.
I just don't understand Pepe's version of evolution.
Dude, the DNA that going back for fucking millions of years, there's links there.
Deoxyribonucleic acid. What are we talking about? Like links. What links?
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're talking to a guy that did biomolecular chemistry, so I mean.
So that makes you a geneticist. Amazing.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I understand quite a bit more than I think you do.
Oh, really? So are you going to tell me that a whole lot has come out on this, especially in the last few years. We're talking like from the leading geneticists at Harvard, like David Wright.
What are his
a lot?
Please tell me.
Well, he was saying, first of all, everybody, including himself, they all went by the out of Africa theory, but they're now, from all the information they have now, they don't think that theory was actually how things occurred. Basically, there were so many prehistoric humans that. And of course, you have to understand, like, continents were more connected at different points in time. What used to be North Africa, which is like a dry fucking desert, used to be a rainforest. Oh my god.
So I looked up, Pepe, I ran this through AI, and it just seems a little ridiculous to me because it says that mutations are permanent changes in the DNA sequence. They occur randomly due to errors in DNA replication, exposure to mutagens like radiation or chemicals or other. So why can't we evoke evolution if it's just mutation? We can do that ourselves by, manipulating genetic material. But why can't?
I guess we could, but that's why like I was saying, it's a genetic drift. In other words, these little errors, and then, they can either be good or bad. But then some of them are going to be selected for, and
Well,
That's how we create.
the reality that I am there's a flux within the Van Allen belt, and like solar radiation will seep through in like microwaved areas, and the solar radiation will irradiate the specimens on the ground and change their DNA through ionic radiation. And that I think that's where evolution really happens. And once the Earth stabilizes, then like it becomes a part of what you consider evolution.
Well, it says that models like Alpha
Big Bang. Like the universe is a Big Bang. The stars are a Big Bang. The people, us, were a Big Bang. Because if
my ex-girlfriend used to call me Big Bang.
Well, there you go. Evolution is a series of Big Bangs. You know what I mean?
Well, it says that 800,000 years ago, that's when the change happened. And if you look at human history, the Egyptian...
Are you talking about with what, anatomically modern humans?
It says that modern humans, Homo sapiens, evolved from earlier hominins through accumulated mutations. One notable case is a mutation in the AHR gene, AHR. 800,000 years ago, after splitting from Neanderthal, Denisovan lineages, that improved resistance to toxins from smoke. This likely helped early humans who used fire more extensively. I mean, look at Doc here. This guy smokes 3 blunts a day and 2 cigarettes. Like, he's evolving himself.
So you have to go. So if you go back even further, first of all,
like, look at Doc here. He smokes 2 blunts a day.
Discovery, like they just found in North Africa, a type of I guess you say not quite an anatomically modern human, but almost in North Africa that they never knew existed. It's completely unrelated to every other type of archaic hominid they've discovered. If you go back like fucking 20 million, 13 million years ago, I forget, like the Pierolas, these were like a group of people that were mostly bipedal. They walked on their feet. They formed communities. They likely it was them that learned to eat by cooking food, like accidentally. So
yeah, but that's all theological. That there's no evidence of anything from 21 million years ago.
Then you have other groups. Of course, they constantly go extinct, and then you have other groups that end up taking over or spawning from them.
Dude, I'm just trying to live in 2026. You're trying to bring it back 21 million years ago.
I just want to figure out what they used to smoke, like to smoke before Marlboro.
No idea when that's from.
Like when did people start smoking? Start smoking, cocaine. I mean, obviously, it's a worldly, it's a natural product. So, were people 800,000 years ago?
Yeah,
they were smoking crack.
They were using chemicals, and so human evolution and even intelligence itself, they're synonymous and go hand in hand with chemical usage. The Egyptians in all their hieroglyphics, they have cannabis. Moses smoked cannabis with the burning bush. It's psychedelic chemicals and human imagination, projection, all of these mythology stories. So much of it has to be intertwined. And even in Roman architecture and ancient Hebrew architecture or remnants, they say that like on these like tables or altars, they were burning cannabis. So, cannabis has probably always been involved in some type of religious, sociological, psychological, activity.
Well, that kind of makes sense then,
I mean, basically, you can also.
My thing is, I'm 50 years old. I'm one of the older people in this room. And none of us are like old enough to even remember 21 freaking million years ago. We can think about it. But like, what are you trying to admonish with your point of view about like how we evolved to become us in Clownhouse in 2026? It's Memorial Day.
No, I'm just saying,
like, for us to be able to talk this stupid way.
I mean, you obviously, we can look at how separated we are. I mean, like genetically, we have like over 98% of our genes are shared with fucking chimpanzees. We're literally in the same what is it, substance?
Yeah, but I'm not in the orangutan.
But we had, like, in terms of for evolution, we had a lot of there was a lot of evolution that obviously took place between the time we are who we are now and I guess our ancestors super far back were
See, this app is an audio app. So what's interesting about evolution also is that it's the evolution of sound, because all concepts can be related through sound that we can physically make. So the longer that the human, project and experiment runs, the more sounds and concepts we can create. And then, in 2026, you create the trenches of Clownhouse and you get bang rooms. That's like watching a million years of evolution descend into a puddle of genetic R word. And, hello?
So,
hello?
If you call this a fucking retarded, why don't you come up to the stage and say something?
It's because they can't actually, Oh my God! Look, we have a live one. Those are some great gauge earrings.
It's Hollow, Mr. ChatGPT. What's going on? How are you?
God damn it! Somebody mute Brian.
Oh my God.
Yeah, fucking mute yourself, asshole.
Hey guys, how you doing?
There we go. Hey Zach. Oh, hey, let's go back on Hollow real quick. Hollow, what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's very interesting watching right wingers in their natural habitat. I have a lot of smoke for both sides. I think both of the polarized
This is a natural
sides
habitat?
are kind of stupid. I don't know who's more dumb, but this whole shit, like, there's been too many things said, like, because you're probably gonna be like, oh, well, tell me a specific thing. So I'll give you a specific thing, but there's been many things said that I thought were very fucking retarded and just
like what?
Okay, Pepe is up here talking about, oh, well, the out of Africa theory. That's actually, he's basically trying to frame it as like, oh, the most modern breakthroughs and advancement would suggest that maybe that's not true. Okay, cool. I'm willing to engage in that.
Sure.
What happened? Zero evidence.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll post
like bloviation and evidence.
Okay, sure. So if I give you a link from the leading researcher over at Harvard, and by the way, it's colleagues. That's kind of what they've been talking about. But if I give that to you, I'm sure that would suffice, right?
Potentially, I mean, look, we can look at it and determine whether it's what you claim that it is, because this is a thing people on the internet do. They'll provide links that don't say what they say it says, but let's say that it does. And look, I will be willing to call myself the retard if I'm somehow missed this, but I'm not above it, bro. I'm
actually, you know what the thing is when people supply links and all that stuff, is that people click on it and then they don't read it. So that's you know what I mean? So.
Well, no, that's my problem.
Yeah.
You know, exactly what they are. But all I'm saying is, okay, to me, I think it's pretty interesting that, you know, he comes up, he says the shit, and not everything is like science-based, right? Not everything is, but can you provide a link to why you don't think, you know, XYZ happened? Not everything is like that, but this, at that point, is an empirical claim.
Wait, Hollow. Hollow, can you hear me?
And if you've got it, then look, maybe I'm a retard.
Hello? Do you know that 13% of the population does 50% of the murders?
Yeah, that's cool. Right now we're focused on this claim that the out of Africa theory, which I'm interested whether people actually know what a theory means versus a hypothesis to begin with. But
yeah,
whether or not
theory and hypothesis seem pretty synonymous.
Something you can't not prove or disprove. Hypothesis is something that you would do conjecture to be able to prove or disprove.
Yeah, that's not what a theory is. You don't understand it.
I said a hypothesis is something you can't
Right.
prove or disprove.
See, when 13% of the population,
you can't.
13% of the population,
You sound dumb as fuck.
13% of the population killed.
So Hollow's basically shots fired at Pepe, and Pepe, he's like, well, Pepe needs to bring a link and all that stuff. So Pepe, what's your response?
Yeah, I'm just getting the link right now.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, and Hollow is just over here, like, you know, talking about empirical fucking, like, ideology. Dude, it's empirical evidence, which is what you use to be able to prove or disprove a hypothesis. The thing about a theorem is that, like, you can theorize it, but you can neither prove.
Oh my God! Look at Stinny. Hey, Stinny.
And like, you know, like,
hey, Stinny. Hi. Hi, Stinny. My little Stinny boo. You never say anything to me, Stinny. You're just a lurker.
Listen,
you're a voyeur. A voyeur. I appreciate you. I need more voyeurs. I need 1,000 Stinnies.
Y'all want to call people racial slurs? Want to call people retarded? Want to call people faggots? Okay, cool. I'm with that.
Well, you sound like a retarded faggot the way you keep talking.
God damn it, Brady, you're drunk, dude. Stop.
He's not.
No, he keeps running his cocksucker.
Bro, just
Hollow.
No,
Hollow.
I'm trying to tell y'all where we are.
Hollow, do you think your gauges make you manly, though?
Guys, shut the fuck up.
No, it's a good question. He's got gauges. Look at his PTR. He's got gauges in his ears.
Hey, Pepe.
Hello? It's a legitimate question. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
I'm with that. I support freedom of speech. Right?
Hollow, hang on a minute.
Okay.
Pepe, you know what? I give you all permission to just fucking rail on this guy then.
So I'm going to. Well, it's fine. But can I ask you a question? Why is it that the out of Africa theory would provoke a response from you? Why would that? Like, it sounds like you kind of almost found like it was offensive because it would change something.
Yeah, that's false. That's an assumption. I don't really give a fuck about the particular thing. Like, I post shit like anti-Semitism and shit too. So, yeah, I don't give a fuck that it's black people. I don't give a fuck that it's out of Africa specifically. What I give a fuck about is that an empirical claim has been made. No empirical evidence has been provided. And the empirical claim being made is counter to the scientific and historical consensus. So I'm just trying to figure out where I went wrong because I kind of do read on this.
Sure. Now I will say, well, I'm pretty sure you're not going to be able to read. How do I put this? If you can read the peer-reviewed research that they show regarding genetics, which I'm just going to. I mean, unless you have it, you're a geneticist yourself. I highly doubt you're going to be able to really be able to. Absorb everything that's being said. I know I can't. But he generally, when he has been doing some interviews, because he did post something in in one of the major journals where it was him warning that, like, look, as we're uncovering more from analyzing the human genome, there's going to be disparities between different groups of people in good ways and bad ways. Basically, kind of giving a warning interviews where he's saying he doubts the out of Africa theory. And that was the theory that he originally, actually.
Some other people in the room also said they're willing to let me and Pepe.
Okay. This is a one-on-one. I understand, Hollow. Please proceed, Doctor.
And that's no disrespect.
So you want to go in a private room with Pepe? Are you gay or something?
You're being too emotional right now.
Well, I mean, why are you making a room full of people listen to your bitch ass talk back and forth with one other person?
Dude, you're just saying drunk, retarded bullshit.
Pepe doesn't seem emotional. I'm not emotional. Aim doesn't seem emotional. You're the only person that seems emotional. I thought
dude, it really is a back and forth between Pepe and Howard right now.
Hang on a second. Okay, so I'm going to give
Hello?
you 5 minutes
Hello?
to hash out whatever the fuck you guys are hashing out. You, Hollow, and Pepe, just go at it for 5 minutes, and then we'll move on after that. Okay?
We'll have breakfast. Cool. We don't gotta beat the dead horse or go crazy. Look, man, we ain't gotta get crazy with it. I'm just saying. At this point, you're the person that's made a claim, and the claim that I understand you to make originally was that the out of Africa theory isn't it's not mainstream or it's not like the consensus. And you quote it. Hold on, just let me, because I promise this is gonna make sense. I promise I'm making a coherent point. The example that you gave is this guy. I forget the name that you said. So forgive me on that.
Yes, it is.
But you said this guy, and you're saying that this particular person has expressed that they have contradictions, I guess, to the out of Africa theory. Okay, cool. We can work with that. Like, we got a place we can start with. All I'm saying is, bro, like, just show us what you're talking about, because you can be a very good talker, and you can be very, very intelligent. I think you're an intelligent person. I disagree with most of what you say. I don't think that you're exactly dumb, though. I just think that you have the ability, if you're going to make this claim, that you should be able to kind of share something that we could look at, and then, maybe we agree, maybe we don't agree, but if not, then it gets to be, what I'm saying, like, if you're scared to even share the shit, if you're not even willing to just provide some shit, that just starts to look kind of sketchy. It's like, bro.
No, I get what you're saying. And so, I just to be clear, the claim I made is that that there are geneticists, and particularly David Wright. Now, the reason I brought him up, and I posted a link to one of his interviews where it was about this topic in particular, and it's only like 4 minutes. I claim that he runs the genetics department there at Harvard. Not just some random guy. He's considered an authority on this, and he's questioning it. I claim that was the only claim I made. There's nothing I can really do to determine anything on my own. So that was it, and of course that was the out of Africa theory. I don't. He didn't. It's not possible or anything. He's saying that they're running across. They're doubting it more and more.
Well, can we cut, like, maybe if I ask this, we could probably cut a large amount of time out of the conversation. Do we agree that the out of Africa theory is a very strong majority consensus in like among anybody that has the fucking qualifications to say they know what they're talking about? Like, can we agree on that?
I don't know if it is now, but I would say for the majority of since I've been on this planet up until I would say at least the last few years, that appeared to be the majority consensus amongst the experts.
Okay, so no. Okay, so he provided a YouTube link. So what we need, So what we need to do is we need to have Hollow go watch that video and see if it makes sense, and then have him come back here and you know what I mean? Because
Yeah, that's fair.
I think that's the best way to go about this.
Can I, now that is fair. Can I just ask one thing? And look, I'll get out the way, bro. Like, y'all ask me to come up, I'm perfectly fine with all of that. It's cool. But would it be fair for me to say, okay, what is the part of the video I should be looking at? You know what I'm saying? Is there a kind of a time span I could be looking at? And what's the specific thing that he's saying that, like, challenges the out of African dude? Because, if I watch the whole fucking video, by the time I come back, everybody's going to be talking about different shit. Like, it's, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to look at a whole ass.
Well,
no worries. I'm gonna rewatch it too, so I'm not gonna like.
So, and Hollow, it's totally up to you how you want to spend your life here. Nobody here will judge you on what you decide to do when you leave the room and you continue to engage with content in other places. That's a you problem, Hollow. But don't be hollow, okay? Try to, realize that life is mostly opinion, and the universe is transformation. It's not important. I just brought this up as a bait to bait Pepe about genetic mutation, because I was trying to wonder how we actually got a Pepe in the year 2026 through evolution. The important thing about evolution is that right now, as we talk, we are the furthest level of evolution in human history. And I'm just worried that many of us are R-worded out and brain rotted, and thus, we have a genetic failure, that the mutation isn't advocating for more intelligence. Unfortunately, I'm afraid we actually end up with R-worded, brain rotted people like yourself or perhaps Pepe.
Actually, you know what? It's been good. It's been good that Hollow came up and he grabbed his balls and he came up and he said his piece, which is great. I love it. And I'm great, and I'm glad that he questioned somebody and it happened to be Pepe. And okay, that's good. So as evolution comes to this conversation, we can move right along and we can maybe segment into something else or whatever. But it's one of those things where I'm glad that Hollow came out.
Kamala Harris the communist, and Tim Walz the pedo. Thank God for Donald Trump. And Tim Walz the pedo. Thank God for Donald Trump. Amen. Can I get an amen? Amen. Our Lord and Savior. And Savior.
What's going on, man?
Hey guys, how you doing? How's your Memorial weekend and all that? I had to work. So. It was good though. So.
Well, I've watched about 50 porn videos today, so yeah, I'm doing good.
I see. Dude, your dick must be sore. Yeah, well, it was good though. So.
Well, I've watched about 50 porn videos today, so yeah, I'm doing good.
I see. Dude, your dick must be sore. Yeah, well,
no, my dick can't even get up, so fuck.
What do they call that? Gooning? They call that gooning or something.
No, it's called having fucking erectile dysfunction, asshole. Fuck.
Wow.
It sucks.
Watch a video of a dude fucking a donkey and over get excited.
No, I don't. Fuck. That's kind of a good thing. I don't have to watch that shit.
Anyway, guys, so how's everything? Besides ED and stuff. How's everything going?
Everything's going good, man.
I haven't been on here I haven't been on here frequently lately, but yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, I'm doing all good, man. I really haven't been paying attention too much. Looks like there might be some sort of deal. I'm skeptical about that, of course.
Yeah, I think we all are. It's still one of those.
Right. Actually, I've been talking with some people that I know
within the zipper net. And honestly, we're at like 99% there.
As far as what?
The reason we started this begin.
As far as the nuclear shit. Dude, I was fighting these same stupid fucking Jishad Mahdi back in fucking 2007. That was 20 fucking years ago. It's the same fucking people. But they're our friends. Just kidding. No, it's pretty wild, man. What? I'm being sarcastic about it. But no, a lot of those IEDs that were destroying like armored vehicles they were copper plated or copper lined. They were from the IRGC, specifically designed to.
Yeah, it's called an EFP, explosively formed projectile.
Yes.
Yeah, you make a bowl. You make a bowl that's like 1 inch thick out of copper, and you take a steel pipe that's like 8 inches in diameter, and then you shove that bowl on top of all the copper. But when it throws it at like an Abrams tank, the liquid copper goes through the reactive armor.
See, now how the fuck did they figure that out? Right? I mean, that's just physics. I guess physics, right? Yeah. That's wild, dude. It really is. And then, looks like Cuba's gonna be next. Cuba's
on this Memorial Day, I would like to say, let me get like 20 seconds with 5 seconds right here of peace of silence. Okay, in 2008, Corporal Mixon, he was from Louisiana. He was a 19-year-old kid. He was driving a striker. Oh shit, there it was back down in Iraq. And this EFP went off, and when he got hit, it went through the driver's cab of the striker. And when I finally got up to where he was, the whole back of his head was knocked the fuck off. Like, there's no saving this. Like, and then he was 19, and he had gone home on like R&R, like rest of relaxation. And when he was there, he ended up getting his wife pregnant. And then when, like, you know, he died, I came home, like, you know, 11 months later, and I literally got to hold his daughter, and I held him when he died. You know, and then like the idea of holding his daughter, and he never got to hold her. Like that's what Memorial Day is about. To remember those that, like, you know, because all gave some, but some gave fucking all. Yeah, that's for sure, man. I was wanting to ask a few people today, because I know there's a lot of people that don't like our military, that don't like, I mean, our government, which is understandable, right? I mean, the government thing is understandable. You don't have to love your government, but you should love your country, and you should respect the fighting men and women, just the people who put on the line. Because literally the reason why they're able to talk that way is because of the sacrifices, you know, the men and women have made for us to be able to have this luxury that we have, you know. And so I just, you know, that's really what offended me so much about this whole, you know, during this Iran thing. It just seemed like we had so many Americans rooting against us, you know, and that's a real fucking shame. You gotta really check yourself. You're rooting against your own country, you know. We just do our job, right? I mean, it's not these military men and women. They just do their fucking job, and they go on. They're sent, right? But shitting on them is not cool. So
should we change the
Bro, dude, I was a medic and they shit on me all the time on this app.
Nice. Should we change the
You know, no, it's Memorial Day. Why would we change the topic on Memorial Day?
You're not listening to me. There's a title.
I hear you, Rafi. But what's the title? Palestina? It's not a real place.
Oh, we know that. The question is,
It's the Ottoman Empire. You want to go back, 500 years?
I'd be okay with
like the Ottoman Empire controlling Palestina?
I'd be alright with changing the title, bro. I mean, this whole Palestine fucking Israel conflict to me is pretty. It's just a dead fucking horse. I mean, on this app especially, you do whatever you want.
what do you think of the title today? You guys want something American?
It's not my fault you don't know how to fight.
It's the internet, man. It's the internet, man. Yeah, okay, man. Whatever you want.
Well, Rabboni Shalom, let's just talk about how the liberals on this app project all their fascist, socialist, communist ideology onto Donald Trump all the time, and they project and project and project and project. And, they fail to realize that they are what they are criticizing. And Donald Trump is a fair and equitable and, justice and law enforcement based president. And thank God today we are thanking God for Donald Trump and not Kamala, the cackling communist Harris, who would have destroyed and deconstructed and ruined America. And thank God Donald Trump is our president, because Iran has been struck a blow and those fuckers are on their knees. And hopefully we get a deal of some sort. But if they break that deal, thank God we got a backup. His name is DJT. And he can push a button, and his button works. Hello?
Well, I'm glad you brought up, Kamala Harris. Guys, think about where we might be if we had Kamala Harris as president, Liz Cheney as defense secretary, because apparently that's who they were going to confirm. It was going to be Liz Cheney as a defense secretary. Man, we'd have been fucking appeasing the Iranians for sure. And we would have been so heavily involved in Ukraine, more than we are than ever. We probably would have been on the brink of World War III. I'm not even trying to be hyperbolic. I'm just being serious. Like, imagine. Think about what would have happened. Ebola would have been such a fucking crisis. On top of this, Hana virus, they would have shut down the entire fucking country, the entire world. Think about if the Democrats had been running the fucking show.
Brave would let's discuss that. Guys, that's not true. Okay. I'm willing to think guys that that's sure. I have zero.
Okay, yeah, I'll still make the law. And then, like I said, Kamala Harris would have been appeasing the Iranians, giving them more ability to be a fucking threat, and we would have been at the brink of war with the Russians, I'm sure, and the Chinese. It's fucking crazy, really.
It's worse than that, because with COVID-19 and the platform censorship lockdown, we would have been in a communication disaster where all criticism of the COVID-19 ZAV, the federal response, etc., censorship. But a lot of that is Elon Musk buying X. But if Kamala and Waltz would have gotten in, guess what they would have done? They would have shut, because Kamala is that fucking stupid and Tim Waltz is that fucking demented. These would have been national traitors. It is pure destiny and providence that Donald John Trump is our president.
It really is. I mean, if you don't believe in the Bible, folks, then, the Christians are fucking, we believe in this shit, but this is like surreal what's happening. It's really surreal what's happening. It's all part of the plan, it seems. But yeah, dude, it's just crazy what would have happened if we would have Kamala. It would have been really sick. But trust me, if these Democrats get power back, they're really going to be fucking shit up. They're going to be so mad. They're going to be so unhinged to try to gain power back that, Joe's right. They'll probably put us in concentration camps, man.
That's what Democrats do. The Democrats put the Japanese in concentration camps. They are actually concentration camp experts.
Well, they're talking about hacking the court, hacking the Supreme Court, making Puerto Rico and DC a state just so that they can
anything they could do to get power back, man, of course. Well, think about it. They don't want IDs. Why? Because they want to count on illegal votes. And, you know, they don't want, they want to let every Tom, Dick, and Harry in the fucking country, they want us all vaccinated, yet they'll let how many millions of unvaccinated into the country, all for votes. So you're fucking right, man. As soon as they get power back, and it's inevitable, eventually they probably will get their power back in some capacity. And yeah, it's going to be a Democrat revenge tour, bro. And people like me are going to be a threat to democracy. We're going to be fucking, you know, I mean, it's going to be wild what's going to happen to those guys.
I would straight up put you, if I was in power, I'd put you in a fucking concentration.
Oh, God, I don't want to even see you're going to be that day because, you know, you're kind of fruity, bro, so you worry me. You know, you probably have a weird crush on me anyway. So I don't want to hear what you got to say about that.
Okay, that would earn you a stay in the Black Party concentration.
Yeah. But no shit, man. That's gonna be scary. And you know, I'm just saying this as a Christian. I don't think we're gonna be here in the end times, folks. I mean, not even vaguely mentioned in the Bible. You know, and what's stopping Israel from being marched on? America alone, pretty much. And there's a lot of anti-Israel hate. As soon as America ends that support.
What is stopping Israel from being marched on? They have an armed population trained in military warfare from 18 on up. What the fuck are you talking about? They have millions of soldiers.
I mean, it's not enough there, John. It's not enough to fight the fucking world. Think about the world. The Bible talks about many countries marching on Israel, bro. That's not something I'm making up. That's in the
Bro, that's called fucking philosophy and metaphors, my friend. You failed to see the metaphor. I'm sorry, but if you can't see the metaphor, you should try to use AI to ask what that metaphor might mean. It's literal, mountain. It's about personal development. Hate to break the big news to you. Talk to Bry here. He knows that the temple is in between your ears and near your temples. It's a metaphor, mountain. Hello?
Ears are the gates that allow your temple to be able to hear what you hear. If you let evil shit in your temple and your brain, you learn evil shit. Your ears are what you listen to. But if you want to be a dumb fuck, be a dumb fuck. Well, it's settled. You two have definitely made the final word.
Jason, what's up? You smoke crackers up there or what?
Oh my God, you can't deal with intelligent people. Are you okay, little guy? Are you gonna be okay, little guy?
Fuck yeah, it is. It's fucking
I'm laying in bed talking to your bitch ass. Hey, Jason, say bottle of water. Jason, say bottle of water. Bottle of water. God, I'm less than 160 pounds. How fat do you think I am? Bottle of water. Why do you sound like Helen Keller when you say it like that? Oh, you're not even smart enough to keep up with the conversation. Roll your blunts if you got them, folks. Bro, I'm not even I'm about to go to sleep. Y'all bitches are stupid. You're right, Doc.
Yeah, I mean, let's just get back again to the difference between a metaphor and something literal, as if there's something new under the sun. You know, whoever's been living in the Middle East, well, a lot of those people, their families have been there a very long time. If you live here in America, we just hit 250 years. That's nothing compared to some families and some, you know, ethnicities. They've been there for thousands of years. So the point is, 2026, this is the now. And just listen to what people say, and you can see how intelligent they are, what knowledge they have, or lack thereof. Hello?
So the one thing is Iran is actually there was a thing. It was the oldest civilization. Iran, yeah, crazy, yeah.
No, Iran's pretty cool. Persia, like, have you seen their wells? Their hand-dug wells? Hey man, we don't care. If you're gonna be retarded, bro, mute up.
People think Iran and Islam is no America's trying to push that narrative.
Iran is not Islam. Bro, you're dumb.
Well, like the Iranian, the Persian, he said that.
Am I Persian?
I run so far away.
Doc, I thought you said you were muting up.
It was fun though.
Trying to get away.
Wish we were spoon.
Not me. Not me.
That's a real nigga word.
Jason, how much crack did you smoke?
I won't sell that to your mom, bro. To your whole G.
How much crack? How much did you smoke?
Nigga, I only sell that to your moms.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's just be honest. This app has some brain rotted out R words that can't contribute more than one less than intelligent sentence of absolute meaningless drivel. As you just witnessed, there are men.
Say the most intelligent thing you can say, John. Go ahead.
Well, the more you think, the more you speak. With Pepe, the further from the truth we're gonna get.
Amazing. Amazing.
I said that's from the Dalai Zen.
But I will just remind everyone that 13% of the U.S. population is responsible for 50% of all the heinous murders. And that 13% population happens to be...
Oh, it's over 50%. It's over 50%.
Oh, absolutely. And so, I mean, I just saw something in the news about 3 young African-American men that murdered a mother on her driveway, stole her car, and put 8 rounds in her. And all I got to say is, until we have capital execution in this country, we will never, ever, ever save America, because real value requires capital execution. Real values. Hello?
Bro, you wouldn't want to know what I would do with the Christmas tree at Rockefeller Center. I'd have a whole bunch of Christmas ornaments that were different.
In other words, a bunch of dead black people hanging from your fucking branch.
Uh-oh.
Well, pedophiles and everything in between.
Oh, okay. So you got to get some white and brown people in with the blacks hanging. I got it.
Well, I mean, equal lefts, equal rights, right? That is total virtue signal over there.
I'm sure Jesus would love that on a Christmas tree dedicated to him.
Well, I mean, what did Jesus mean when he said, like, if you get a slap, turn the other cheek?
Well, I think, like, when he celebrated his birthday,
I asked you a question. Why are you moving the goalpost?
People on a Christmas tree.
Why are you moving the goalpost?
He jumped rednecks like you from
I asked you a specific question and you didn't answer it. Still didn't answer it. Yeah, boy. I said when Jesus said, like, you know, you should get a slap, you turn the other cheek. What did he mean by that?
Yeah, and you stick your tongue in between men's cheeks, you fucking faggot. Shut up, son.
Oh, you don't know what he meant by that, so that's why you can't answer. No gayness, bro. You don't even understand what turning the other cheek means.
I know what you did with your sister or your mom did with her brother when she had you. What?
I had brilliant conversation and ramen noodles because we were poor.
Sure.
I'm so mad that I had to breastfeed a baby with you. I hope you can afford ramen noodles.
I bet you're a dick, bro. Is you insulting me make you smarter than me because you couldn't answer the question?
Fuck both you rednecks. Fuck both of you. Suck my fucking
I
dick.
tell you what's crazy is you are such a flaming homosexual, and then you say like gay and shit. It's just like crazy, bro. Stop with the projection.
Now suck my dick.
Yeah, okay, man. That's what you want some man to do. I don't really care if you're gay. I don't know. Come on.
You guys are a bunch of, both of you are just redneck sodomites.
I am a redneck, and I'm not a sodomite. Homo lives in Arizona because here's the thing, buddy. You couldn't even survive if you didn't have air conditioning up there. You couldn't even survive if you didn't have fucking water being.
And your fat ass couldn't survive. It's like the most beautiful part of Montana. Oh my god, it's so partial.
Yeah, well, it was at one time, but you know, white people like us fucking made it nice. So.
Hi, Brian.
You sick fuck. Peace, love, health, and love.
You know who doesn't make it nice is the Blackfoot, the Crow.
They're on reservations that don't even, you know, we don't care, bro. We outnumber them now. I mean, who cares?
No, I know you do. Actually, I have a half brother who's half Blackfoot.
Yeah, I mean, we got all my family is from Brown.
Dirty, stinking, you know, so
that's a place where if you wanted to, I mean, not want to, but that's a place where you could actually get murdered in the Brownie or like.
I know, they actually scalp people. They're gross.
I mean, just people actually get murdered. There are a lot of, fucking stupid guys.
Drunk fucking Indians, dude, raising hell.
Even Indians aren't safe. They're low on white people.
I'm really happy God didn't make me an Indian.
Me too. I feel the same way, bro.
Well, that's kind of.
God has much to do with it.
It's kind of a ridiculous thing to say, and you know, I have a book on Native American wisdom. It's very profound and very deep.
The reality is, if you grow up,
the truth is about Indian philosophy is if you can say it, it is not true. Again, if you can say it, it is not true.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Hello? Hello?
You're literally like
Hello?
no one wants to hear
you speak on this bullshit.
Hello?
You are going to be
Hello?
Hello? Shut your fucking black mouth, you pussy.
Hello? If you can say it, it is not true.
Yes, hello. But no, you literally are going to be unlikely. What is it, dirt poor? Shut your fucking. Look, Indians don't like black people, okay?
Listen, there's a Native American saying that says, if you can say it, it is not true. And that's why you hear projection on this app all the time.
No, it's not projection. The reality is if you grow up,
the reality is that no one's
still your black-triggered mouth, you fucking whiny bitch. Like, if you grow up,
no one wants to hear this shit.
Shut your black whiny mouth. Holy shit.
It's true, though. I mean, all my cousins who live on the reservation, they all had to join the military to even have an opportunity because there's nothing there, bro.
Yeah, there's nothing. You're in the middle of nowhere. It's dirt poor. There's no industries there. There's nothing to fucking do. I mean, the sad reality is the only way you can generally really make it is to get off the fucking reservation, and that's one of the biggest complaints they have. They don't want to leave home. But there's no opportunity for them. Like, it's a really fucked up place to grow up.
Yeah, well, welcome to America, where guess what? Uncle Samite can save your ass if you live in a trench somewhere in Dakota or Montana or even Alabama or Louisiana.
Per capita than white people, Native Americans. Right? So, I mean, once again, these people they definitely a lot of them step up and they serve their country.
Isn't that amazing? A Native American from a Dust Bowl little shit town pueblo is.
No, I've been a Republican my whole life.
No, you're not a Republican, and you admitted that you're a 1990s Democrat.
If you were going to put me next to fucking Bill Clinton in the 1990s, or Joe Biden in 1990, or a lot of these, dude, they are literally further to the right
than almost all of MAGA today. You can sit here and say, oh, this bullshit, but it's absolutely fucking true.
No, it's not true because you say it. And the fact that you say it makes it not true.
Trump is a goddamn...
The fact that you say it makes it 100% not true. Exactly. That's a fact.
Nobody cares what you have to say, Impact.
The fact is, what you said, Pepe, is incorrect, and your opinion is 100% wrong.
Tell me how Trump is further to the right. Shut your fucking Negro mouth.
I don't need to actually respond to you. I just want to let everybody here know that what Pepe said is 100% incorrect. 100%.
Okay, tell me how Trump is further to the right than, for example, Joe Biden in 1990. In what issue? In what issue? Yeah, hey, look, you zesty little Negro.
You have the
calm
list
down.
of a cocksucker.
No, okay, you can just shut your zesty sodomite Negro mouth. Like, seriously.
Negro. Repeat after me. Negro.
Changuito.
Impact, bro. We're all trying to...
Changuito, pinche mayate. Like baby monkeys, you know? So, as we were saying, please let the white man talk. We don't need you just like...
Are you a white man or are you a spit?
Okay, you keep on using your shrimp sucking lips to just like blurt out like random bullshit when I'm talking.
Please shut
I'll tell you what. Go ahead and say something. Go ahead, say something smart. Say something smart.
Equals MC squared.
No, Negro. Regarding the conversation, say something smart. Say something that would entertain us, and we'd be like, "Oh my god, that is a good point." Just go ahead.
Besides the one on top of your head.
We're waiting. You can't do it.
I'm waiting for good content.
You're an ankle biter. You're an ankle biter. That's what you do in a conversation. You ankle bite, but you don't actually have something to say or a fucking point. Okay, that's it.
For sure.
Well, I mean, you weren't saying shit to entertain me.
All you're doing is personally attacking people, so
Yeah.
you're being the ankle biter. I'm not personally.
Yeah, it's all projection.
You're just personally attacking people, not their points.
It's all projection all the time. 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 All projection all the time.
I didn't. You can say it's projection. I'm asking you how.
It's all projection all the time with you, little peepee. What we're trying to say here is, I kind of I think a lot of politics and global politics, the neighbors right now that are exploding fireworks. No, I don't answer Pepe's question. I answer questions if I want to answer questions. This is what Pepe does. It always becomes the Pepe show. And he's not a moderator here tonight, thank God. Thank God he's not a moderator tonight, because when Pepe monologues, he goes for hours, and then eventually it goes into his feelings and about how he hasn't had a girlfriend. And, oh yeah, it just goes on and 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 on. It never ends. It just never ends with Pepe. He just keeps talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and projecting and projecting and projecting all the time, over and over again. It's exhausting from a recorder's perspective.
So you go to sleep earlier.
Someone who has to record Clubhouse all the time for a living eventually gets a little tired of the Pepe monologue, because it's very redundant, actually.
Anybody who records Clubhouse for a living should be tired of fucking living, just to be honest.
Well, I mean, that's actually passive income, and if you don't know how to do it, you're an idiot.
But he only gets like shut the fuck up already. Views at most, and so he's obviously not really getting paid doing this. So I mean,
are you sure about that?
Yeah, see, we all know his fucking YouTube channels.
Which ones?
They're actually useful. Yeah, exactly. He has like 10 of them. But they're useful for if you weren't in a recorded room, you can go to one of his. This is where he is a useful.
I mean, I've known him
you
for 5
can go back
years.
and watch one of his streams of the rooms.
He's been doing this for 5 years. Like, what are you talking about?
I know he has.
Who do you think brought me on the fucking app?
Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, amazing.
Dude, Pepe, you're just a Corsican French guy that wants to be a Catholic, Reformed American. That wants to like suck dick for a living. That wants to have progressive asshole that loves a screw or something.
Okay, you dirty, right? You guys are a bunch of dirty niggers and fucking rednecks. That's all you guys are.
Niggers and rednecks.
Dude, that's actually Pepe's inferiority complex and lack of self-confidence speaking when he makes ad hominem projection like N-word and redneck.
Not really, because they're okay. Not really. Okay, all right. What's funny? You guys just have. You've always been a fucking nobody. And yeah, I was somebody that would draw a crowd back when that was the name of the game on this fucking
Drawing days.
You lazy, stupid, low IQ fucking miscreant. Shut the fuck up. You whiny bitch, quit biting on my ankle.
Hey, I am. Whose man is this?
Hey, by the way, just hang on a minute. So I've been letting you guys just back and forth and talk all your shit in the last fucking half an hour because I was kind of busy. But now that I have a few minutes, basically, we're gonna clean house here in a few minutes. So
there's a lot of potential, I think.
Well, there you go. Well, why don't you start talking about the potential of the room?
I don't feel like this guy's going to be very, lovable.
No, just let him try.
Sure,
I want to see the crash and burn.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, of course.
Impact. The mic is on you. Let me see. Is America the best country in the world?
Fucking right now. I haven't been to many countries, but I suspect that how one answers this is going to be proportionate to the fairness of your skin, generally speaking.
So the melatonin density?
How do you say that? And why do you say that?
Because black people don't love America.
No, I don't think that's a true statement.
So you believe that? Well, then why would you say that, like, America has anything to do with racial epithets? 1 second.
And a racial epithet is like nigger. What is that? Who said anything about racial epithets?
Okay, yeah, don't listen to Well, he said that, like, if somebody's going to answer this. Okay, so, Impact, I wanted to ask, you said it depends on the skin, your skin color?
Oh, well, that's one characteristic. It probably depends on hundreds of characteristics.
Let me ask you a question.
I think most typically it's going to boil down to, like, religion, racial identity.
No, but forget about religion. Let's go to skin color.
Okay, let's go to skin color then.
Okay, where is one skin color better than the rest of the world? What happened? What do you mean, brother? Where do you believe that one skin color can have it better than it being that skin color in America somewhere else in the world?
Wait, that question wasn't very coherent. Can you ask it again, please?
So, let's say, depending on whatever skin color you have in your head, right? Like, I see skin colors, like, every skin color would always do better in America. So, my question is, where do you see one skin color doing better in the world than America? Any skin color, yellow, black, white. Where do you see them doing better than America?
I don't know if that's a solid question. Where do I see a skin color doing better than in America?
Correct. The opportunities. Being either black, being either white, yellow, brown, doesn't matter the skin color.
Well, those are skin colors. Those are racial identities. I don't
know they're skin colors. They just named you tones of colors, correct?
Yeah, but those are racial identities. Those aren't skin colors. Now, I didn't say anything about racial. Yeah, so like
skin, and there's a spectrum of colors that are reflected. Those are skin colors. Black is a color or the absence of light. White is a whole other color, but neither of those are shapes of human skin. Those are racial entities.
So what did you
like
do
entitlement?
Again, what did you do?
You're the one who made the claim that depending on your complexion. So
Yeah.
is that based on identity or the color of your skin?
I think I mentioned skin colors, not racial identity.
You said skin colors. That's what I asked. Skin colors. And now I asked you what is skin color. Correct. Or again, I don't know how to explain it otherwise. Where would a black person do better than America? Get better opportunities. Where would a white fucking hit your pigmentation, the colors change? Where is one black person gonna do better during the daytime and nighttime than America? Where the fuck is one white person gonna do better than fucking daytime, nighttime than America? You wanna fucking act stupid now? I'm asking a fucking simple question. You made that fucking stupid statement. As I understand, you're black, right?
No, I do not identify as black.
You do not. Okay. Okay, if I see you on the fucking streets as a white person, how can I identify you as a black person? Let's say it this way. If Pappy sees you, is he gonna identify you as a black person? I don't know, they all come back to skin color, right? Defense mechanism.
Well, what do you think chameleons do? That's what chameleons do to survive and thrive in the jungle.
That's why this guy wanted to attack me, and he wanted to he wanted to center. And you're gonna get this. Their internal politics in the USA, which has nothing to do with Israel and Palestine, literally nothing. And they just kind of they'll hear some like narratives and like buzzwords like apartheid, racist, colonizers. And then they automatically are just gonna like apply that
narrative. Those are terms. That's not narrative.
No, but they give a narrative. Okay, the pro-Palestinian side gives a narrative using those terms. As they're trying to paint a picture. That's how propaganda works. And then you get black people who automatically side with them. The funny part is that white supremacists don't side with Israel. That's the ironic part.
Some of people go back to the topic of the room. I appreciate it because I think the topic is interesting. I think what Impact said could have been broken down, but I don't think Impact you were as honest as maybe you should have been, because I think what you said was an actual observation. You should have stood on it. You know what I'm saying? Like what you were saying is that white people probably have a different opinion about the topic than does the average black person for XYZ reasons, which you did not explain. So if you want to, you could explain those reasons, or you can pass to somebody else.
But why would I'm just curious, because white nationalists and white supremacists have never been fans of the Jews. Like, this is weird.
I got a question for you. It's a racial issue. Is that great?
Yes, it is.
It is, yeah. That's what
He said skin color, which you can explain.
Yeah, he was
literally correlated with race. I get this crazy childhood stories that actually my family did Gregory. So, and that's me and Luke Kufi. But no, I don't use terms like white supremacy and black. They're mostly bullshit terms. They're really not well defined, and they don't make for good conversation. So I very willfully said, Meta.
My fault, bro. I was watching my head, but yeah.
Okay. So Meta identifies as a black man. Now watch this. Meta, have you ever heard a term?
Well, sure. But when you guys have to clarify because you're using your own lingo when it comes to passing.
We'll get to it now.
Okay, are you talking about white passing?
Yeah.
That's what I was about to do. I think that what you said, Impact, is true, but we have to take into account the people who are ethnically black but can pass for white people that are phenotypically ambiguous are doing so because they want proximity to power, right?
Like who? Who would be allowed to pass?
Bro, you have to research.
There's lots of people who pass.
Well, no. I'm being dead serious. I spent a lot of time around white nationalists. I would say any you guys can say, even like, she's somebody who used to be in my rooms all the time, Amber Rose. She, I guess, could pass as white, but once she told you that she was, about her lineage, it's like, that's it. You're like, fuck you, you're gone. But she's obviously anomalous, like a light skin black. Okay, to white people who care, about that are racist, I should say. A light-skinned black doesn't care if you're high yellow or red-boned or you're real dark. You're still the same, six-letter epithet that they like to refer to you as. They don't care about that shit.
No, they're not passing, man. They're not passing.
Don't understand the cultural nuances, bro. So passing is not as prevalent today as it was in the early 20th century. But there were people who you would not be able to tell were black, bro, who you would think were white unless...
Okay, but they're not black, because they're only, like, you're talking about a fucking octoroon that we cannot tell if this person... We cannot tell that this person is partially black. But even then, I would say if you're an octoroon, you're somebody who... You were likely raised by basically white parents, and so there's nothing really black culturally about you that would make you stand out.
Yeah.
What's your artist name? Can you freestyle?
I can try.
One person freestyle like 10 million views. Can you beat it?
That's it.
All I wanna do is show you off, babe. Yeah, you're so tall and you got me on my toes. When it comes to love, I'm usually not a light, baby. Cheat,
Okay, you came on here. You came on here. So you see the title of the room. But I find obviously fun that you can look at that. You can look at people. You can look at people stuffing the There's one country where they eat better. There's one place. Life expectancy, how healthy they are, the level of starvation, by every fucking metric, economically, how educated they are, they do best. I forget which one, but they end up sending their kids here to get educated. So no, I quite frankly, black people do better in the United States than anywhere else. You're not gonna be able to find a place where black people do better. That's.
Do you identify as a black person, Pepe?
That's irrelevant.
Oh, I hear that you judge that it's irrelevant, but it was a question, and I think it stands.
We know I'm not black. We know I'm not black, so that's why it's irrelevant.
I don't know what you are. That's why I asked. So you assumed that I was black when you were calling me a nigger and all that. But
I didn't call you. I didn't actually.
Yeah, America is the highest percentage globally. There are most millionaires that are blacks. I think it's fair to say that in America, where people have the ability and capability for social mobility, then yeah, you'll see every demographic raise because America is a system that is good because it is constantly destabilizing other nations. So of course, if you have a mansion and all of your furniture is imported from other houses that are derelict, and you're wondering why people are coming to your house, probably because you spend so much money destabilizing other cultures.
Oh, so it's a giant structural white racist conspiracy. Got it. No personal responsibility, no knowledge, no trade, just complaining. I understand completely what you're saying. Well, thank you very little for adding no more value than when I first got here. Congratulations.
As worthless as the
Somebody's a little triggered.
That's what they actually mean. You have this black grievance identity that's wrapped in a lot of third worldism. Because you're mentioning, us dominating other countries.
said,